Alors l'affaire de Rennes-le-Château est probablement un des mystères les plus remarquables de France. On peut aujourd'hui estimer à plus de 600 les ouvrages en langue française sur l'affaire de Rennes-le-Château. C'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Mais qu'en est-il aujourd'hui? Alors, Rennes-le-Château est un tout petit village. On est sur un secteur du sud de la France. On est en Languedoc. Et le méridien de Paris passe à proximité, on va dire, entre Rennes-le-Château et Rennes-les-Bains.
A remote corner of southwestern France. Perched high on its hilltop, an isolated village. Tiny. Rennes-le-Château. A village forbidden to the archaeologist. Fouille interdite, excavation forbidden. Why? What could there be hidden in so insignificant a place that would be worth digging for? And what has he to do with it? What secret does this parchment conceal? What connects this gravestone with this painting by Poussin? And what link is there between St. Dagobert, the Emperor Titus, and this French priest? What great treasure did he find here 80 years ago? Rennes-le-Château. There is little to suggest to the casual visitor the drama of its hidden story. A little church, a crumbling chateau, a few houses, and 60 inhabitants. To this dot on the map, in the late 1880s, was sent a young priest, Béranger Saunière, a virile, handsome, ambitious man, to whom this village must have seemed a place of exile, a dead end. His first years here were a time of poverty and hardship. His accounts show, over 16 months, expenses 90 francs, £3.60, income only 25 francs. Unable to afford even a modest lodging, his home was a crumbling shack, even more dilapidated than his little church. The state of the church fabric caused Saunière much concern. This building, which should have been the centerpiece of his life and of the lives of his flock, was growing daily more ruinous. In desperation, Saunière begged a small sum from the mayor to carry out the most urgent repairs. With no idea how the debt would ever be repaid, he set to work. The altar stone was damaged. He had it lifted from its supporting pillars. One of the pillars, this one, was hollow. Inside, parchments, passages from the Gospels in Latin. The first link in a chain of discovery which led to wealth and luxury for this poor parish priest, and endless speculation and investigation for those who have since then stumbled onto the mystery. They're curious documents, the one oddly arranged on the page, the other dotted with scores of interpolated letters. Saunière soon realized that they contained ciphers. He needed the advice of experts. Borrowing the cost of the fare, he traveled to Paris and went immediately to see the director of the seminary of the Church of Saint-Sulpice, whose nephew he knew had the necessary skill. During the week or so that it took the paleographer to study the documents, Saunière made the most of his unexpected holiday. In some extraordinary way, he was able to make the acquaintance of the glamorous and world-famous opera singer MacGillivray. His cloth was evidently no bar to a ripening friendship, which was to continue spasmodically over the years to come. However, his liaison with Calvé was not the only curiosity to stem from this trip to Paris. At last, at Saint-Sulpice, the expert was ready with his findings, and all unknowing, he put into the priest's hand the key to an incredible fortune. Saunière now undertook a strange errand. He paid a visit to the Louvre, and there he chose to buy a copy of this painting by Nicolas Poussin. He then returned immediately to Rennes-le-Château and to a totally new life. Within a short space of time, he was spending money at an extraordinary rate. He bought land. He laid out this garden. On one side, he built a handsome house, the Villa Béthanie. On the other side, this dramatic tower, the Tour Magdala. No expense was spared. No expense seemed too much. Why did Saunière's expert not realize the value of the secret the priest had found in his little church? The answer would seem to be quite simple. In Saunière's country, the streams, the very rocks, bear strange names. And what significance would a stranger find in a reference to the circle, the dead man, or the eagle's nest? But Saunière knew, and from his tower he could keep watch over the countryside, which, no longer a dead end, was now so precious to him. His newfound wealth depended on a secret, and Saunière took pains to protect it. Some of the gravestones in his churchyard were evidently connected with the mystery. He obliterated the inscriptions, moved stones. Under this arch is one of them, featureless now. But by a lucky chance, the wording had already been copied by a collector of tomb inscriptions. This is what Saunière took such pains to wipe out. This stone lay on the grave of Marie de Négry d'Ablesse, Countess of Blanchefort. And this is the headstone of that same grave. It's a curious inscription, prepared in 1781 by the Blanchefort family chaplain Antoine Bigot, the reputed author of Saunière's parchments. And like one of the parchments, it's curiously arranged. For example, the initial M of Marie has been separated. Requiescat has been split in two. This stone held part of the secret, and Saunière made sure that the stone should no longer speak. In many ways, his behavior became odd. He spent days wandering the hillsides, collecting stones, he said, when anyone asked. And indeed, he did bring back stones, with which he built a grotto. This is all that remains of it today. What was he up to? In part, the answer lies in the church, which was totally restored and redecorated at Saunière's own expense. A labor of love, perhaps. After all, it was here that he'd found his precious parchments. The bizarre significance of all this will be examined later. Naturally, his superiors demanded an explanation of his sudden wealth, but they met with a cool response. Secrets of the confessional, gifts from wealthy people, who, I may not say. Saunière's lips were sealed, and remained so. And for the rest of his life, 25 years, he lived luxuriously, the possessor of a seemingly bottomless purse. What treasure could he possibly have found in this remote and isolated spot? The pillar gives us the first hint. Saunière has carved on it the date of his discovery, 1891, but it dates, in fact, from the dark years of the Visigoths, one of the Germanic tribes who in the 5th and 6th centuries swept across Western Europe. This tiny village is all that remains of a mighty city. Spread there below us in the valley was once Ayreda, fortified citadel, powerful, boasting 30,000 inhabitants. Ayreda, one of the great strongholds of the Visigothic kingdom. But before the Visigoths, the Romans were here, mining the hillsides for gold. The Visigoths and the Romans had crossed paths elsewhere than here. That crossing of paths provides one of the most dramatic clues to our mystery. In 410 AD, the Visigoths sacked Rome. The historian Procopius describes their booty, and one part in particular.
The treasures of Solomon, the king of the Hebrews, a sight most worthy to be seen. For they were adorned in the most part with emeralds, and in the olden time they had been taken from Jerusalem by the Romans.
By the Emperor Titus, in fact, in 70 AD. Carried home in triumph and depicted here on Titus's arch in Rome. And so the treasure of Solomon's temple was carried off by the Visigoths. In the 5th century, their kingdom straddled the Pyrenees. Their accumulated booty was well guarded. That part which was used to finance the running of the state was held at Toulouse, and in 507 AD was captured by Clovis, king of the Franks. But it was here at Carcassonne that the other part of their treasure was held, the ancient treasure, the holy treasure, guarded as a symbol of the power, continuity, and faith of the state, the treasure of which Procopius tells us Solomon's formed part. And now, at Carcassonne, we are a mere 20 miles from Ayreda, which is Rennes-le-Château, Saunière's village. After the capture of Toulouse, Clovis came on to besiege Carcassonne.
For he well knew that the royal treasure was there. That treasure which aforetimes Alaric the Elder had taken as booty when Rome fell to his hand.
But the Visigoths were more tenacious here. The holy treasure had to be protected. Clovis failed in his attempt. Part of this ancient treasure was eventually taken from Carcassonne to the Spanish capital of the Visigoths, Toledo. This is some of that treasure. Hidden for security when the Arabs attacked Toledo in 711, this precious hoard was discovered in the 19th century at Guarazar. But no account of booty taken by Arabs or Franks mentions Solomon's treasure. Where did it go from Carcassonne? Under the assaults of Arab and Frank, the Visigothic kingdom was eventually reduced to the Razes, of which Aireda was a principal city, one of the few strongholds of their fading power. Could it also have been the repository of their wealth, the final resting place of the holy treasure? The next link in our chain is a curious legend concerning Aireda. The year 679, when Dagobert II, Saint Dagobert, king of the Merovingian dynasty, was assassinated. Some authorities would have his infant son murdered with him, but the legend would have us believe that this child, Sigebert, was carried to Aireda and took the title Count of Razes. Here he founded a family. And it was in the little church of Rennes-le-Château that he was eventually buried before the altar. And so what seems today to be a sleepy hamlet lost to the world does indeed have a colourful and dramatic history. Perhaps there could, after all, be something hidden away here over the centuries, something which Saunier's lucky find could lead him to. And here is a tangible link with his past of history and legend. It was this stone that Saunier uncovered when, on his return from Paris, he chose to dig at a particular spot before the altar of his church. Much worn and damaged, this could be a mounted knight riding off with a child on his saddlebow. It could depict the rescue of St. Dagobert's infant son, Sigebert. Under the stone were also discovered two skeletons. Here is one of the skulls. The ritual incision after death is not uncommon in Merovingian burials. And here, in this reliquary, is a holy relic said to be the skull of St. Dagobert. On a hillside near the village was a standing stone, the top of which was shaped into a human head. This head, now removed from its pillar, is known as the head of Dagobert, and this too has the same mark. Had Saunier's mysterious parchments thrown some light on the legend of Dagobert? An examination of them immediately raises several points. In this one, the text is clear, but it's rather oddly arranged on the page. In this one, there are the interpolated letters. Jesus, ergo, interpolated V, ante, interpolated C, dies, interpolated P, etc. But even more apparent than these is this odd device. The general impression of the document is one of neatness. The apparent untidiness here cannot be fortuitous. Superficially, we could be looking at a direction indicator. N denotes north, indicated by the untidy arrow, but the NOIS seems meaningless. At the other end of the device, we have a more clear arrowhead. But isn't this arrowhead, in fact, an A upside down? And now the NOIS is perhaps no longer meaningless. Zion, Jerusalem. And we've already followed to Rennes-le-Château the possible trail of the holy treasure of the Visigoths, which may have contained relics of the sacking of Jerusalem. Now the other parchment. Why are the words at the ends of lines broken in seemingly arbitrary fashion? But here again is our key word, Zion, Jerusalem. What else? One other immediately noticeable feature is this isolated A, the only letter isolated in the text. The letter A, remember, was significant in the other parchment, and a closer examination reveals that this A is raised above the line of the other letters. Are there more raised letters? What message is being spelt out? A. Dagobert de Roy est à Zion et ce trésor et il est là mort. This treasure belongs to Dagobert II, king, and to Zion, and the last phrase is open to two different readings. Il est là mort, it is death, or Il est là, mort. He is there, dead. Who? Dagobert? Were the two bodies found before the altar those of St. Dagobert and his son Sigebert? There is, of course, more to these parchments than just this simple, one might almost say childish code. But being easy to find, the code in effect says to us, you're on the right lines, now look further. Saunière evidently did, and found his crock of gold. Whatever it was that he found, he was certainly jealous of the secret, but by no means selfish in his distribution of the benefits. He entertained lavishly. He made many charitable gifts. Local families received open-handed help. He built this water tower to give his parishioners piped water to their homes. He had the rough 4-kilometre-long dirt track made over into a good modern road. And he gave away not only money. To a fellow priest he presented an ancient and beautiful chalice. To another, a collection of ancient coins like these, some of them dating from the time of Dagobert. And, of course, there was his lavish expenditure on the little village church. But this was not a simple act of generosity. It was Saunière's contribution to the pattern of mystery surrounding his treasure. Externally, there seems to be nothing exceptional here. But overhead, as we approach the door, terribilis est locus iste. This place is terrible. Terrible indeed, for once through the door, not just a devil, but Asmodeus, and Asmodeus was the legendary guardian of Solomon's treasure. All around us is a strange phantasmagoric world of imagery and color. The more one looks, the stranger it becomes. Like his predecessors, with their cryptic parchments and tomb inscriptions, Saunière felt compelled to pass on his secret in some way. But in typically flamboyant fashion, Saunière's cipher was on a grand scale. His clue to the treasure was to be the church itself. Certainly, Saunière's bishop was disturbed when he came to bless the restored edifice. Thereafter, it seems, he paid the church no further pastoral visits. But what is Saunière saying to us in this mass of imagery? A few of the features will give an insight into his methods. For example, here Christ succors the afflicted. He stands on a flower-strewn landscape, un terrain fleuri. But Fleury was the name of one of the local noble families. Terrain fleuri, flower-covered landscape, or fleury domain. And in the foreground of the fleury domain is a purse, so full it has burst open. To the right of the little hill on which Christ stands is a castle ruin. To the left, a hilltop village. From down in the valley below Rennes, one can see the village, then on the skyline a pointed hill, part of the Fleury estate, then the Chateau of Custosa. Does the purse indicate a significant point on this hillside? Here at the altar, scene of Saunière's original discovery, is a painting to which he evidently attached considerable importance. Although everything in the church was made to his detailed instructions, this painting Saunière did himself. Again, we're in a cave, or grotto. Did the one that Saunière built once resemble this? Through the cave mouth, we can see a landscape, another hill, a castle ruin. That hill, its silhouette is unmistakable. The dominant feature in the countryside at Rennes is the hill of Cardou, the eagle's nest, and the castle, again Custosa in the valley below the village. Is Saunière showing us the view from a real cave mouth somewhere in the area? And is the cave mouth the spot indicated by the bag of gold on the terrain fleuri? All these are speculations. But not all Saunier's hints are possibly meaningless reproductions of local vistas. Some are much more subtle. The devil again. The pose, the whole set of his body is strange, as if he's sitting. But where is his chair? In fact, it's on a hillside south of the village. To the locals, this stone is known as le fauteuil du diable, the devil's armchair. His hand, this odd, precise gesture, the thumb and forefinger forming a circle. Beside the devil's armchair is a spring. Its name, la source du cercle, the spring of the circle. Saunière is indicating a precise place. The church is a mass of details. The Stations of the Cross present many unexpected features. What is the significance of this man's gesture, and what is he holding? Why does Pilate wear a veil? Pilate washes his hands in a white dish, un plateau blanc, held by a Negro. Close to Rennes, Blanchefort, the White Castle, sits on its plateau beside Rocco Negro, the Black Rock. Why is the most prominent foreground feature in this station the seeming irrelevance of a young man picking up a stick? Why does this soldier hold his shield up in such an extraordinary pose? But it's too easy to bury ourselves in a mass of confused and confusing imagery. In fact, it's quite simple to show how very precise Saunière was in his indications, once we can understand his language. Station 6. Veronica wipes the face of Jesus. We must examine the separate components of this picture and define them in precise, though simple terms. First, the soldier holds his shield on high. We can define this element simply as high shield, haut bouclier. The shield partially obscures a tower. We can see half of it. Half tower, demi-tour. Simon of Cyrene is watching. Simon regarde. Veronica with the cloth. Veronica au lin. These will suffice to show the precision of Saunière's cryptic language. In this station, he's playing with words. High shield, haut bouclier. But we're also saying au bouclier. Demi-tour, half a tower, also means a half turn. Simon regarde also says Sim on regarde. Veronica au lin also says vers au nid kaolin. What is the message? Au bouclier, at the end of the enclosure, demi-tour, make a half-turn, vers au nid, towards the high nest. Is this Cardoux, the eagle's nest? Yes, Cardoux is a china clay hill, kaolin, kaolin. Cime on regarde, the crest one is looking at. So, Station 6 tells us to go to the bottom of the enclosure, make a half-turn towards Cardoux, and the crest we can then see, crowned with the ruins of the Chateau of Blanchefort. That is the relevant thing. Where do we go from there? Well, there are 14 stations. With much ingenuity, and perhaps some luck, someone may follow Saunière's trail to its end. But even so, will there now be anything left to find? It seems likely. Only 2 days before suffering a fatal stroke in 1917, Saunière had signed the contract for new major building works, a project to the tune of 8 million francs. There's no reason to doubt that he would have been able to foot the bill. Naturally, the will of so wealthy a man was read with interest. But even from beyond the grave, Saunière could continue his game of secrecy. His will showed that he owned Nothing. Everything, his houses, his land, all his goods and chattels, proved to have been in the name of his housekeeper, Marie, his faithful servant since the days of his poverty. But did she also possess the secret? Again, it seems likely. She lived in comfort for the remainder of her long life, dying as recently as 1953, when she was laid to rest at Saunier's side. She had promised to pass on a secret before she died, but a cerebral hemorrhage left her paralyzed and speechless at the end. Her secret, whatever it was, died with her. There have been many attempts to discover the source of Saunier's wealth, to unravel the secret of Aireda. People have dug in and around the church and village, officially and unofficially. Saunier knew that the hunt would begin after his death. On his deathbed, he felt compelled to impart some terrible confidence in his final confession. What could it have been? But as anyone else followed Saunier's path to the crock of gold, there's one great handicap for those who would make the attempt. Of the 4 parchments which gave Saunier the key, only 2 remain. Even so, this parchment can open for us one more door. There's an extremely complicated cipher concealed in the interpolated letters. In part, it tells us that Poussin holds the key. Poussin. When Saunier was given the decipherments in Paris, he bought a copy of Poussin's picture, Les Bergers d'Arcadie, the Arcadian Shepherds. Painted in Rome, around about 1640, it has so far been held by art historians to be the pure product of Poussin's imagination. The shepherds are studying an inscription on the tomb, Et in Arcadia ego, even in Arcady, I, death, am present. In some way, this must throw a light on Saunier's story. Saunier, as we know, concerned himself with tomb inscriptions. He obliterated the words on certain stones in his churchyard. In particular, this stone, which lay on the tomb of the Countess of Blanchefort. But a copy of this inscription, as we also know, still exists. And here, obvious and yet disguised, is our link with the Poussin painting. Apparently part Latin, part Greek. The 2 lines seem meaningless. They make sense, though, when we realize that this is a Latin phrase, but written in a form of the Greek alphabet. If we transliterate, Et in Arcadia ego. Even so, why should Saunier bother to obliterate it? What else can it tell us? First, these words. They can be interpreted to mean at Royal Redis in the caves of the fortress. Redis was one of the alternate names of Aireda, Rennes-le-Château. Now, this. Notice how the curved line begins in front of the P and ends in front of the S. Next, prae cum, as one word meaningless. But prae means before, cum with. We've already noticed that the curved line begins before, that is prae, the P. Let us take the letter that precedes P in the alphabet, O. Similarly, as indicated by the curve, let us take the letter preceding S, that is R. O-R, or, the French word for gold. Having taken the letters that came before, prae, we must put them cum, that is, together with something. All that remains is this spider. The French word for spider is araignée, or araignée. Saunier has already shown us how to play with the sounds of words. Or araigne says or à Rennes, the gold at Rennes. Thus the stone is saying, the gold is at Rennes, at Royal Redis in the caves of the fortress. But there is still et in Arcadia ego. Can this in any way add to the message? Art historians insist that Poussin never came to this part of France. But are they right? The resemblance is striking. The only addition seems to be a narrow ledge which has been built along the front. But incorporated in the ledge is this round stone, in precisely the correct spot. And close behind the tomb, a tree still grows. There would seem little doubt that this strange structure is indeed the tomb in the Poussin painting. Even his imaginary landscape is there, though subtly recomposed to suit the painter's eye. The rock. The remains of the Chateau of Blanchefort, also there in the painting. Most interestingly, from our point of view, is this little hill off in the distance. It is the hill of Rennes-le-Château. Accurately placed in the painting, the village is indeed visible from the tomb. And between the two, the ruins of the Chateau of Blanchefort. And it was the tombstone of the Countess of Blanchefort which led us here. There is yet one other fascinating link between the gravestone and the tomb. The phrase, et in Arcadia ego. It is broken after et in arc. Arc. Remember the whole deciphered message. The gold is at Rennes, at royal readiness in the caves of the fortress. Now, if we continue, et in arc, and in arc. Close by the tomb of the Arcadian shepherds is a chateau. Its name, Ardia Ego, still remains a mystery, though of course there are theories. The hunt for Suniel's gold is still very much alive. All the answers have not yet been found. While this film was being shot, an attempt was made to break into this tomb. And someone shattered the Countess of Blanchefort's gravestone. There are still those who would give much to discover the source of Suniel's wealth, to decipher the clues. Many have tried to unravel the secret of Ireda. Someone may succeed, but the trail is a difficult one. Fictional treasure hunts follow a logical progression to their final solution. This trail is not fictional. It is all too real. And nothing is as simple as it seems. Consider again this parchment. Would you imagine that this document, apart from its schoolboy code, also conceals, in fact is built up on, a complex geometrical design? It is based on this, and a few crosses. What does it mean? The answer to that question, and to many more, lies lost and sleeping on that mountaintop. Henry Lincoln is a writer who for the last 2 years has been trying to find that answer.
One of the most interesting, perhaps one of the most productive ways to find a path through this morass of conflicting and confusing evidence is to try to find some sort of understanding of the character of Béranger Saunière. I've been told that he was a vulgar crook. I've also been told that the only mystery surrounding his treasure is the names of the 3 or 4 wealthy people who were giving the money to him. But that, to me, makes even a greater mystery than the one we're engaged on. Why should 3 or 4 wealthy people give him money? One of the most, perhaps, interesting hypotheses which has been put forward is that the parchments that he found were in fact genealogies relating to one of the European royal houses, and that he sold these parchments, the genealogies, to the royal house in return for an annuity. Now, if Saunier were just a vulgar crook, and all that he wanted was the money, then once he'd got his annuity, why didn't he go to Paris and enjoy the flesh pots? Why did he stay in this little tiny village, only a few miles from the place where he was born? Over the centuries, there have been persistent legends of the lost gold or a treasure in this area. For instance, during the Middle Ages, the religious military order of the Knights Templars brought in gold miners into the area, or so it was said. They were kept totally segregated from the rest of the population. And yet it seems likely that these gold miners were in fact gold workers, reconverting the golden artifacts back into crude gold which they could bring out of the gold mines. But what about Poussin? I'm totally convinced that this painting represents the tomb and landscape of Arques near to Rennes-le-Château. But Poussin's life is very well documented, and there seems to be no evidence that he ever came to this part of France. No evidence, that is, apart from Les Bergers d'Arcadie. There is, however, one hypothesis which could fit the facts. There's a period in his early life when his movements are known with much less precision. It's possible that he came here at that time and did the sketches from which he later painted the picture. But why should he do this? Is there any reason to suppose that the sketches had any more significance to him than merely the depiction of an interesting piece of landscape? Is there anything to suggest that Poussin was the possessor of some sort of secret? Here is a letter addressed to Nicolas Fouquet, who was superintendent of finances in the court of Louis XIV. It's a letter from his brother, who had just paid a visit to Poussin in Rome, dated the 17th of April, 1656. This letter has never until now been fully understood, but in part it says this: "He and I discussed certain things, which I shall with ease be able to explain to you in detail. Things which will give you, through Monsieur Poussin, advantages which even kings would have great pains to draw from him, and which, according to him, it is possible that nobody else will ever rediscover in the centuries to come. And what is more, these are things so difficult to discover that nothing now on this earth can prove of better fortune nor be its equal." Now, this letter was commented on by an art historian, and he said, "What marvellous enterprise was in Poussin's mind? What secret could he have had that kings would have pains to draw from him? It has been suggested that it could have been an important archaeological find somewhere in or near Rome. But why should we consider that the discovery was made in or near Rome? Could it not equally well have been in or near Rennes-le-Château?" What was this discovery to which Poussin attached so much importance? Could it be that he discovered the whereabouts of the treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem? Well, I'm perfectly well aware that there are lots of theories as to the whereabouts of the temple treasure. It's been suggested that it's at the bottom of a river in southern Italy, that it's in Carthage, that it's in Byzantium, or that it's somewhere at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. It's interesting that Hitler seemed to agree that it came into this part of the world. During the war, the Germans occupied Carcassonne and the inhabitants of the old city were evacuated, and the Germans dug there. They didn't find anything, but then I think at Carcassonne they were 20 miles off course. Throughout this whole investigation, I've been trying to find the motives behind the people who have hidden away the way through to this treasure. Could it just have been a simple hoard of gold? Mustn't it be something more important as a discovery, something like the temple treasure? It was a disturbing discovery in some ways. Saunier, in fact, felt compelled to pass it on, as did everybody who has left indications to the story. It's rather like the legend of King Midas, whose touch turned everything to gold. When the barber discovered that the king had ass's ears, he felt compelled to pass on the secret, and so he dug a hole in the ground and whispered it there. Saunière felt the same compulsion, and so he left us his curious church. But that wasn't enough. Something still burdened Saunière's conscience. On his deathbed he made a confession. The priest who heard it was deeply disturbed. It's said by those who knew him that when he left Saunière's deathbed, he was white and shaken, and for 6 months thereafter he didn't smile at all. What terrible confidence had he received? Surely not just that Saunière had cashed in on a lucky find of gold. No, there is something extraordinary waiting to be found here, and in the not too distant future it will be.
Mystery and drama can sometimes lie hidden in the most tranquil of settings, and the most tantalizing of mysteries are those which speak of hidden treasure. This remote mountaintop village in southern France might well conceal that tantalizing X which marks the spot on a treasure map. Or perhaps it conceals something more. Rennes-le-Château hides a secret within its quiet walls. Its little church and unimpressive chateau watch over the centuries-old village where a mystery waits to be unravelled. The story of Rennes-le-Château involves a priest, a painter, and the devil. Once a great Dark Ages treasure of gold and jewels was somewhere in this area. Half of that treasure was carried to Spain, where in the last century these magnificent pieces were rediscovered. Many think the other half could still be hidden near the village. Others speak of the treasure of Solomon's temple, which the Emperor Titus carved onto his triumphal arch in Rome. Few who have climbed this hill have dug as deeply into obscure areas of religion and mysticism as Henry Lincoln, an English writer. In a previous chronicle, he told the strange story of Béranger Saunière, who came to this village as priest in 1885, whose account books show him to have been all but penniless. Yet in 1891, this penniless priest found a limitless source of wealth when he discovered in a hollow pillar in his church the key to wealth. That key was in some strange documents bearing passages from the Gospels, and hidden in the Gospel texts there were secret messages. For years, Henry Lincoln returned continually to the mystery of Rennes-le-Château, only to find the trails leading him on to Paris, where in 1891 the priest Saunière offered the parchments to skilled paleographers at the church of Saint-Sulpice. While he waited for the results of their research, Saunière made the most of his Parisian holiday. Somehow he made the acquaintance of the world-famous opera singer Emma Calvé, friend of the composer Debussy, and the relationship between the priest and the singer was to continue long after his return to his hilltop village. At last the experts at Saint-Sulpice were able to give Saunière what he needed. There was nothing now to keep him in Paris, except one brief and strange errand. At the Louvre, he bought a copy of a painting by Poussin. Les Bergers d'Arcadie, the shepherds of Arcadia, then back to the village and suddenly riches enough to build this impressive tower. Here he installed his library and began to live his leisured, moneyed life. He entertained generously. Saunière was not a man to keep his newfound fortune to himself. For his villagers, he built this water tower to provide piped water to their homes, and he had the 3-mile-long dirt track to the village made over into a good modern road. For a long time, Henry Lincoln had followed trails which suggested that the mystery would be explained by an immense treasure. Now he feels he can explain everything, and that there is no longer a mystery to the life of the priest, who for 30 years dominated the village with his presence, mystery, and fantastic wealth. Saunière's newfound fortune affected the lives of all his flock, but only one person shared his secret. She was his housekeeper Marie, his companion since the days of his poverty. Saunière died in 1917, but Marie lived on until 1953, and at last was laid to rest at his side. Marie knew, and Saunière knew. But for Henry Lincoln there was no easy way to their secret.
These village streets are now very familiar to me. But each time I walk the last few yards to the church, I find myself uncomfortably aware of that extraordinary and daunting inscription above the door, Terribilis est locus iste. This place is terrible. Are the words a warning? Or are they merely to make us aware that here we must expect the unexpected?
Everywhere, the church is covered with flamboyant, detailed decoration, slightly disturbing, slightly uncomfortable, and yet curiously lacking in atmosphere. The church has been sucked dry.
The statues seem blind and remote. There is a strange emptiness here, a confusing, puzzling, mysterious mass of detail, which seems to be trying to say something, though the voice is muffled. The total effect is almost overpowering. There is no delicacy here, rather a flamboyant expression of enormous vitality sliding towards bad taste. In its vulgar charm, it seems to be echoing the character of its creator, Béranger Saunière, the priest, who seems to be taking a delight in playing with us, giving us clues, like the irrelevant money bag that lies at the foot of the hill where Christ succours the afflicted, or like this hideous devil who awaits the visitor just inside the door. Is Saunière trying to show us what the parchments showed him?
Perhaps if we could read the secret messages, we too could be led to the source of Saunière's wealth. The first message, in fact, is very easy to find. It's on this parchment. Now, the first thing we notice about it is that it's very oddly arranged on the page.
The oddities stare one in the face, and their object is merely to say, "You are right. There are secret messages. Keep looking." And here is the first message, found quite simply by identifying those letters which are raised higher than the rest of the text and reading them off in sequence. Later messages will not be quite so easy to find, but this one is childishly simple. It says, "À Dagobert de Roy et à Sion et ce trésor, et il est la mort." This treasure belongs to Dagobert II, king, and to Zion, and he is there dead. So the message makes it quite clear that we are dealing with treasure, and a treasure that belongs to Dagobert II, who is presumably the he who is there dead. Dagobert was one of the last kings of the Merovingian dynasty of France. He was assassinated in the year 679 AD. It is perhaps not impossible that a Dark Ages royal treasury could be hidden away here. But Zion is Jerusalem. And the treasure of Jerusalem, the treasure of Solomon's temple, was carried off by the Romans, who sacked the city in 70 AD, as this painting shows. Interestingly, this is also a work by Poussin, who will play a large part in our mystery. How can the treasure of Jerusalem possibly be linked with Rennes-le-Château?
Saunière proudly had the date of his original discovery, the discovery of the parchments, carved onto the pillar where he'd found them, 1891. But in fact, this pillar dates from the time of the Visigoths, a Germanic tribe who came from the east and settled in this part of the world. Their kingdom spread across southern France, over the Pyrenees, and into Spain.
They kept part of their treasure, the booty from their many wars, at Carcassonne. And at Carcassonne we are barely 30 miles from Ayreda, one of their last strongholds as their power faded. And Ayreda is today Rennes-le-Château. And it was these same Visigoths who had sacked Rome in the year 410, and in their turn had carried off the treasure of Jerusalem. Are Saunière's parchments trying to tell us that this tiny village is the last resting place of Solomon's treasure? Certainly Zion seems to be emphasized as we examine them. Here it is, simply reversed. And here, the odd breaking of words at the ends of lines spells it out again. Obviously, the word has some significance. But before we accept Zion as Jerusalem, something else must be considered. These letters, P.S. They figure again here on a strange grave inscription. My researchers had thrown up several times the name Priory of Zion. Could this be the meaning of P.S.?
Are we in fact not talking about Jerusalem, but about this mysterious priory? And if so, what is it? Well, one answer would seem to be some sort of secret society or order. And this thought leads to another fascinating possible trail. Many secret orders claim some descent from or connection with the Knights Templar, a religious military order founded by a group of French knights in 1119.
Their declared object was to safeguard the highways for pilgrims and to retake the Holy Land for Christianity. Their name, Templar, comes from the establishment of their order actually on the site of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem. And for many years they fought valiantly against the Saracens in the name of Christ.
How do the Templars figure in the story of Rennes le Château? Well, across there, on the other side of the valley, is the Chateau of Baigent. It was a Templar castle.
By the end of the 13th century, the Templars' objective, the recapture of the Holy Land, was no longer a practical possibility. They were a highly trained and efficient body of fighting men who owed allegiance only to the Pope, and so they were a threat to the power of the French king. In addition, the order was extremely wealthy, and a much more obvious reason for King Philippe le Bel to act against them was his need to lay hands on their gold. To arrest the Templars, the king sent out sealed orders to his seneschals all over France. These orders were to be opened and acted upon simultaneously throughout the kingdom. The Templars everywhere were to be arrested on the morning of the 13th of October, 1307. The plan appeared to be a success. The Templars fell into the trap, were tortured, and many at last went to the fire. But although the order was suppressed, one group of Templars completely escaped the king's net. They were the Templars of Baigent, and the treasure of the Templars has never come to light.
The treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem, the treasure of the Visigoths, the treasure of the Templars of Baigent. 3 different treasures, or just one treasure being constantly exploited? But the possibilities are not exhausted yet. No one ever denied that the Templars fought and died valiantly for Christ, and yet one of the accusations made against them at their trial was that they denied Christ and trampled on the cross.
Here at Montségur, we have come a mere 35 miles from Baigent and Rennes-le-Château.
There, on that hillside, on a March day in 1244, 200 men and women were burned. They died for their heretical beliefs. They also denied Christ. Who were they? And how do they fit into our story? They were the Albigensians. They believed simply that there were 2 gods, that all flesh, all matter, was the work of the devil, the god of evil, and that only the soul was of God, the God of good. They believed that God was not the omnipotent creator of all things, and that in fact he was incapable of creating physical matter. Now this thought that God could not create physical matter led to the idea that Christ, the Son of God, created by God, could not be physical, and so as pure spirit he could not be crucified. And so the Albigensian heresy leads us to an acceptance of Christ the Son of Mary, but a rejection of Christ crucified.
For the Albigensians, the world was ruled by its creator, the god of evil, Rex Mundi, king of the earth, and only by living a life of purity could a believer achieve oneness with the God of good. The heresy took a strong hold in this part of France, and it was necessary to put it down. A crusade was preached against the Albigensians, and a long and bloody war took place. At last, here at Montségur, the last remnants of the faith took refuge.
At the beginning of March 1244, on this lonely mountain, the position of the besieged heretics was hopeless. They parleyed with their attackers and were granted surprisingly lenient terms. For those who would abjure their faith and return to the church, there was life and freedom. Only the obstinate were to go into the fire. And most astonishingly, they were granted a 2 weeks' truce in which to make up their minds. During that time, no one was to enter or leave the castle on peril of having the lenient terms withdrawn. And yet, during those 2 weeks, 3 men climbed down from this incredible pinnacle and slipped away. They carried with them, it was said, the treasures of their faith.
whatever it was, in helping them to escape, those who remained behind were risking their own lives. What could it have been? After all, 3 men can't carry very much, especially when they have to scramble down a sheer mountainside on the end of ropes. It's been suggested that the treasure was a spiritual one.
For the Albigensians, there was no spiritual truth in Christ crucified. But could that heresy have survived the flames of Montségur?
This cross is in the porch of the church of Rennes-le-Château, just a mile or so away from Rennes-le-Château. It was put up in 1856, and it is, to say the least, unusual. There, where we should expect to see the body of the crucified Christ, is the Virgin and Child.
Has the heresy survived? The substitution on this cross seems to be expressing that seemingly long-forgotten faith. What other strange trails were revealed to Saunière?
We've already read one message in the parchments. What more can they tell us? Well, to read the next message, we need a key. And the key is somewhere else.
Or it was. Under this arch is a gravestone. It once covered the grave of Marie de Negri, Dame de Blanchefort. Featureless now, the inscription that was carved onto it is gone, effaced by Saunière himself. The headstone to that same grave has completely disappeared, but that also once carried an inscription that was interesting. And it was here that the key to the decipherment lay. The trouble that Saunière took to scrape away these words was wasted. The stones had already been recorded in a little book published some years before. Almost every line on this headstone has a mistake of some sort, and it is on these errors that we must concentrate in order to find the key to the next secret message. In the first line, CG, here lies, has been written with a T, not an I. The last letter of noble becomes a small round E instead of a capital letter. The M of Marie has been broken off. The last E of Negre again becomes smaller than the rest of the text, but this time it is a small square E. D'Arles should read Dables, so an R instead of a B. On the fourth line, another small square E. Further down, a P has been curiously dropped out of place, and again it is written small. In the date 1781, what should obviously be a C has been written as an O. These, then, are the elements of our keyword, simply concealed. 8 letters have been picked out, 4 large and 4 small. The large ones, T, M, R, O. There is only one word that can be formed, mort, death. The small ones, a round E, a pair of square E's and a P. Again, only one word can be found, épée, a sword.
So mort épée is our keyword. The man who created this cipher was playing an elaborate game. A game which taxes the brain as much as a well-played game of chess. And in fact, this chess piece will help us unravel the most unexpected and startling of our messages. Unexpected and mysterious.
Having realized that our keyword is to be mort épée, we must then turn to our second parchment, which is a gospel text into which 140 extra letters have been inserted. From these 140 letters, we reject the middle 12, which stand out as the only ones raised above the lines of writing.
The remaining 128 letters are then laid out according to one of the standard code-making systems, that known as the tableau de visionnaire, in order to read off our message. This operation may seem technical and highly complicated to explain, but in essence is simple to operate and well known to code breakers. The keyword mort épée is repeated over and over again above the coded letters. The visionnaire system then operates quite simply. The key letter M changing the coded V into an H. The key letter O changing a C into a Q. Similarly, the key letter R changes a P into a G, and so on. But we can already see that this decipherment which we are attempting is not going to give us a simple answer. The new letters as they appear are as meaningless a jumble as the ones that they replace. As we shall see, this cipher will prove to be so incredibly complex that the mere concealment of a message cannot explain it. There seems almost an element of ritual involved, the sort of ritual one might expect if we are dealing with secret societies. The decipherer must thread a complicated and precise maze in order to reach his goal. I am making no claim to have broken this fantastic code myself. The key was given to me in France, with the claim that the code had been broken by computers. The thought that this whole cipher might be an elaborate practical joke was ruled out when cipher experts in England assured me that the code, though complicated and perfectly workable, does not present a valid problem for a computer and would need months of work to prepare. As you will see, the complexities will become even more confusing. The only way to break this code is to have the key to the ritual. But now, let us take the next turn in the labyrinth. The new letters we have found are meaningless. We must now go back to the start and shift one place down through the alphabet, so that the first letter H becomes an I, Q becomes R, etc. And this new string of letters still makes no sense. The next step is to take this new jumble of letters with a new keyword. This new keyword proves to be the entire text of the headstone on the left. And from the gravestone on the right, we take PS and Praecum. We now use the tableau de visionnaire again, but using the new keyword backwards, ending with PS, Praecum. Yet another series of letters, and still there is no message. And this time, our shift down the alphabet is 2 spaces, so that a V becomes an X, an L becomes an N, and so on. But still, the letters are meaningless. The next step is extraordinary. We must take these, the fourth meaningless jumble of 128 letters, and divide them into 2 groups, 64 and 64. Taking the first group of 64, we lay them out on a chessboard. Then, having selected the correct starting square, we make the only sequence of knight's moves which will cover the entire board, touching each square only once. And now, at last, our clear message begins to form. We read the second 64 letters by using the same pattern of knight's moves, but reversed mirror fashion. And here, complete, is our hidden message. The most surprising and convincing thing about the validity of this decipherment is that after so many letter changes, the final message is a perfect anagram of the text of the headstone which provided the keyword. Shepherdess, no temptation, to which Poussin Teniers hold the key. Peace, 681. By the cross and this horse of God, I complete this Démon guardian at midday blue apples. The message may now be readable, but what does it mean? Much of it I am still unable to explain, but I can clarify one part which takes us right away from our mountaintop village. The cipher names two painters of the 17th century, Poussin and Teniers. How can they hold the key? Can the words lead us to specific paintings by these artists? Shepherdess and Temptation. In fact, Shepherdess is a simple link to Poussin's Bergers d'Arcadie, the Shepherds of Arcadia, which hangs here in the Louvre in Paris. A shepherdess, in the company of three shepherds, contemplates a tomb in a pastoral idyllic landscape. On the tomb is written the inscription, Et in Arcadia ego. Even in Arcady, I, death, am present. And this links us again to one of the gravestones effaced by Saunière. The link is obvious, yet disguised. It is in the two outer vertical columns of letters. The left-hand one seems to be bad Latin. The right-hand one, Greek, but they make no sense until we realize that they are in fact both Latin, and both written in a form of the Greek alphabet. If we transliterate, we have Et in Arcadia ego. Within sight of the graveyard of Rennes-le-Château is this strange structure. It is the tomb of Poussin's painting. Even the round stone on which the shepherd rests his foot is still in its place. Art historians have always thought that this tomb and landscape were imaginary. But can they be right? The match is precise, except that the mountain to the left of this rocky crag rises gently, but in the painting it falls. I shall come back to this later. Nearby is the hilltop on which are the ruins of the Chateau of Blanchefort, and it is accurately reproduced in the painting. And the most amazing detail, as we stand before the tomb, on the horizon to the right is a small hill, exactly placed by Poussin. It is the hill of Rennes-le-Château. Could our mystery really involve Poussin?
One curious, oblique piece of evidence does show up. A letter. It was addressed to Nicolas Fouquet, who was superintendent of finances in the court of Louis XIV. Sent by his brother, who had just paid a visit to Poussin in Rome. It's dated the 17th of April, 1656. Now, this letter has never been fully understood, and in part it says this: He and I discussed certain things, which I shall with ease be able to explain to you in detail. Things which will give you, through Monsieur Poussin, advantages which even kings would have great pains to draw from him, and which, according to him, it is possible that nobody else will ever rediscover in the centuries to come. And what is more, these are things so difficult to discover that nothing now on this earth can prove of better fortune, nor be its equal.
So Poussin had a secret which kings would have pains to draw from him. Was it the secret of Rennes-le-Château? Certainly the link is there, and it is made by his Shepherds of Arcadia. Of all his works, it is this one which is reproduced, sculpted in stone, here on his tomb in Rome. Poussin's secret. It was in following that trail that I began to question whether the mystery of Rennes-le-Château could be simply one of a treasure hidden in a small French village. For that trail led me far from Rennes-le-Château and to a most unexpected place, Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, in England.
Here, in the grounds, is another berger d'Arcadie in stone. But this time, the figures are reversed mirror fashion, and underneath there is a cipher. No one has ever satisfactorily explained the meaning of these letters.
This strange monument was erected in the 18th century, and no one could tell me exactly why. Might not the search for some hidden significance be inflating a simple coincidence into a bizarre extension of the mystery of Rennes-le-Château? The simple answer to that question would have been yes, if Shugborough had not also held another vital link in our chain of clues. Poussin's Et in Arcadia ego theme seems to have had significance here. In the house is a copy, not of the painting we have seen in the Louvre, but of another version which he painted some 10 years before. The original painting from which this copy was made is in the collection of the Duke of Devonshire at Chatsworth House in Derbyshire. Remember that shepherdess had been linked with Poussin in our elaborate ciphered message. But the Poussin shepherds were not all that I found at Shugborough. The message had also referred to Teniers and no temptation. This had always seemed to be a link with Tenier's many versions of the temptation of St. Anthony. But no temptation was odd. However, at Shugborough there was one more copy of a 17th century painting, and it was a copy of a Teniers. Not the temptation of St. Anthony, but St. Anthony and St. Jerome, the only St. Anthony theme in which he is not being tempted. Pas de tentation, no temptation. And as confirmation, in the background there is a shepherdess. Shepherdess, no temptation. Poussin and Teniers hold the key. Coincidence can only go so far. So Shugborough confirms the links between the painters and their works which were indicated by the ciphered message. The Poussin has provided us with many more tangible clues than the Teniers, so I concentrated on that. Remember, when we looked at the real landscape, how there was a mountain slope behind the tomb which is not there in the painting. But a line of cloud seems to match that slope. I had to go back to Paris to find out if Poussin had originally painted the mountain and then altered it to cloud. I realized that the X-ray pictures at the Louvre would reveal the truth. And the truth was disappointing. There are no basic alterations in the picture. But a tiny detail in another part of the painting, which only the X-rays could reveal, suddenly caught my eye. One would expect a picture to be built up from background to foreground. One expects that Poussin would have painted first the landscape, then sketched in the tomb, and then the foreground figures. But here he seems to have done something strange, and it doesn't show on the surface painting. Look at this shepherd's head. Now that we can see the underpainting, it is clear that the line of the stick held by the shepherd is cut off by the line of the top of the tomb. Clearly the staff must have been painted first. Why? One does not expect an artist to work from the foreground details backwards. Having noticed that the staff appeared to have been painted first, I examined it more closely, to find that the line of the shepherd's arm divides the stick exactly in two. This precise half-staff measurement is exactly repeated on the other staff, and here, and here, and in fact in dozens of other places. A curious geometry was beginning to show itself. I needed expert advice. Professor Cornford of the Royal College of Art undertook to analyse the picture.
As I worked on the painting, it did seem to me to become evident that there was present in the geometry of it the figure of the regular pentagon.
This was a complete surprise. Why? Such a system had been discarded centuries before Poussin's time, so what could the pentagon signify?
That is a very ancient symbol, which basically has been regarded as both good magic for protection against evil spirits, hence the use of the five-pointed star by people doing magical operations in order to exclude, I think, unwanted spiritual presences from what they're doing. It was also the cult symbol of an ancient religion dating back to 600 BC in South Italy, presided over by, or originated by, Pythagoras. When I saw this from a little way back, I did seem to detect somewhere in this area the presence of what could be a regular pentagon and the angles of the pentagon, and this prompted me to look into the question of what shape Poussin had chosen as the rectangle for his painting.
Moving away from my measurements, he established convincing evidence for pentagonal geometry, as the format chosen by Poussin is exactly that rectangle which bears a very particular relationship with the regular pentagon. It is one of the rectangles whose proportions relate to the golden section, the harmonious division of a picture much used by classical painters. That golden section division here defines the position of the shepherdess. Painters of Poussin's time used the golden section as one of the ways of subdividing the area of the canvas. Professor Cornford was not surprised to find this system of harmonious division, but what startled him was the pentagon, and that it was not within the painting, but governed its form from without. And this could only result from Poussin's choosing a precise ratio of height to width for his canvas. The next step was to join the opposite points of the pentagon. This makes a five-pointed star. Every Old Master painting previously analysed by Professor Cornford had conformed to straightforward subdivisions of a rectangle. The Berger d'Arcadie was quite different. The centre of its governing pentagon is simply found. The pivotal centre is the mind of the shepherdess. She dominates the picture as the pentagon dominates her position, defined by a system which for some reason Poussin had resurrected from the past to bring into the 17th century.
I was surprised that this should be so, because I would have expected Poussin to have associated himself with the Renaissance philosophy in this matter, rather than to have used the older method. I was also surprised at the degree to which it was possible to conform with both methods simultaneously, almost like a musician writing in two keys at once and making them both harmonize, extraordinary feat of virtuosity. And I was frankly surprised at what seemed to me the quite staggering rigorousness and exactitude with which Poussin seemed, to me anyway, to have observed both of the constructions that he used, but rather particularly the second one that I've mentioned.
And the Poussin pentagram is not the only one which has appeared. My search for significant geometry began when I found this device concealed on this document, and again it is the pentagram, the symbol used by disciples of the occult within which they perform their magical rites. If Poussin is indicating anything here, it is the mystic pentagon. The creative force seems to radiate from the shepherdess's mind. Does she echo the Albigensian belief that all physical matter created is the work of a god of evil? Over the centuries, the influence of the occult has waxed and waned. And at the turn of the century, Saunier's time, as again now in the 1970s, the power of magic was for some minds a potent attractive force which they tried to harness. Long months of work have gone into the unravelling of all these ingenious clues, but my fascination with these puzzles and preoccupations with thoughts of treasure had obscured the simple truth which now seems to me to lie behind Saunier's sudden wealth. That truth seems to lie in the realm of the occult, of which these age-old symbols are relics. The parchments themselves make no great effort to hide a key to that truth. Yet again, this document picks out more letters, easily identified by their small size. They spell out, quite simply, Rex Mundi, King of the Earth, an epithet applied to the devil, the Albigensian creative god of evil whom Saunière placed in his church. Many theories have been put forward concerning the significance of this figure, but I realized that the meaning of the whole statuary group was simple and quite startling. Rex Mundi, King of the Earth, supports the holy water. Above that, there are salamanders, creatures of fire, and crowning all, the 4 angels, creatures of pure spirit or air. What message was Saunière trying to pass on? What statement was he making? Air, fire, water, and earth. The 4 elements of alchemy. Again, imagery of the occult placed here by a 20th century priest, and just outside the church is the chateau, whose round tower is called the Tower of Alchemy. We are told that the alchemists were searching for a way to convert base metal into pure gold. But this was only a physical counterpart of the true alchemist's search for a way to transmute base man, creation of the devil, into pure spirit at one with God. Here, at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, there is an obscure little book of great interest to searchers for the truth of Rennes-le-Château. There are pages of detailed family trees, which attempt to establish a line of descendants from King Dagobert II, to whom Saunière's supposed treasure is claimed to have belonged. But on another page, there is a fascinating list of names, which includes that of the most famous alchemist of the Middle Ages, Nicolas Flamel, listed here at number 16. Other equally remarkable names appear. Number 20, Leonardo da Vinci. Number 27, Isaac Newton. And finally, Victor Hugo, Claude Debussy, Jean Cocteau. What do these famous men have in common, at least according to this list? Let me remind you of the mysterious letters P.S., which were on the Blanchefort gravestone and on one of the parchments. I suggested that they might possibly represent a secret order, the Priory of Zion, and this list of names is of the alleged Grand Masters of that order, an order which this document claims was founded by the Knights Templars themselves, the Templars who were accused at their trial of denying Christ and trampling on the cross. On another page, we find this strange coat of arms, which makes yet one more link in our chain of clues. Beneath it, there is the motto, Et in Arcadia Ego. The link with the sculpted monument at Shagborough, copy of the Poussin painting, which shows the tomb near Rennes-le-Château, where this gravestone was effaced by Saunière, who compounded a mystery in his church, where a hollow altar pillar had hidden cryptic parchments which spoke of the devil whom Saunière placed in his church. This priest, who from penury became rich, and yet stayed to minister in the little village church above whose door he had carved the warning that this place is terrible. Did Saunière's riches come from treasure? Wealthy and distinguished people visited him. Is it possible that some of them, who provided him with all he needed, were his fellows in a secret society of the occult? On his deathbed, he made a confession that profoundly shocked the priest who heard it. Did he admit that, though a priest, he acknowledged, like his heretical forebears, the supremacy of the devil? He knew that after his death, people would speculate on and search for the source of his wealth. And that search has led me down a tortuous trail. For too long, I had threaded a labyrinth, at the heart of which was a simple truth. Simple, obvious, and staring. The Knights Templar, medieval warrior monks, iron soldiers of Christ, whose order ended in blood and fire and mystery. 10 years ago, I began to investigate the story of an obscure 19th century French parish priest. And in attempting to unravel that mystery, I found unexpectedly that the Templars had cast their shadow far beyond the confines of the accounts which you will read in the history books. I found myself following a line of inquiry which shed a new and startling light on these long-dead Knights of Christ. But for me, their story does not begin here, in the Templars' church in the heart of London, nor in Jerusalem, where they apparently began, nor in Paris, where their downfall was plotted, nor indeed anywhere which is part of their known history. For me, the beginning was the story of a man who lies buried here in the French Pyrenean village of Rennes-le-Château. Here lies Béranger Saunière, priest of Rennes-le-Château, 1885 to 1917. Sometimes when I stand beside this grave, I feel the urge to reach down into the earth and shake those mouldering bones back to life. For nearly 10 years, he's led me a curious dance. I've chased many a false lead, leapt to many a deceptive conclusion, been blinded by ingenious smoke screens, by clues strewn by him and others before him to conceal one astonishing and simple truth. The separate elements of this story have been sometimes surprising, sometimes puzzling. Sometimes they have seemed irrelevant, often disturbing, but never has a new fragment contradicted. I want to show you how the trail which I had to follow led in unexpected directions, how pieces which seem at first to have no connection fit together. But this time, I shall not begin with the obvious piece. Béranger Saunière and his village have always been central to this story, but in reality he is nothing more than the fluttering banner which draws the eye upwards away from the towering edifice on which he is set. This time I want to begin with a part of the underlying structure. I want to move away from Saunière and his village of Rennes-le-Château. Not far, just 3 miles across the plain. There. The mountain peak of Baigent, once a preceptory of the Order of Knights Templar. Baigent, a few stones crumbling to dust on a mountain top, so far from the sound of a human voice that the past can echo undisturbed. But here those echoes are not dying. They resonate with gold and greed and mystery, and with lies. The Templars, warrior monks of a religious military order who fought for Christ in the 12th and 13th centuries, who died for Christ, and yet who at the last were accused of many crimes, of denying Christ, of trampling and spitting on the cross. Their story is inextricably entwined in the history of this place and of the mystery which broke into the 20th century across the plain at Rennes-le-Château. But before we can begin to approach what underlies that mystery, we must look more closely at the shadow cast by those long-dead warriors of Christ. Warriors clad in their iron mail with cloak of white, emblazoned with a cross the colour of blood. Warriors, yet monks, who had taken the monastic vows of obedience, chastity, and poverty. An immensely wealthy order, who yet were individually poor, owning nothing. One of their seals symbolizes their communal brotherhood, an order of fighting monks, sworn like other brotherhoods of knights, like the pilgrims, like the crusading noblemen, to wrest the Holy Land from the Muslim unbelievers who, in the eyes of Christendom, were desecrating the places holy to Jesus, to the faith of Europe. The earliest mention of their name appears to be here in the Chronicle of William of Tyre, written in 1160. He tells us that the poor Knights of Christ and the Temple of Solomon were founded in 1118 by Hugh of Payens. Hugh, with 8 companions, banded together with the idea that, as far as their strength permitted, they should keep the roads and highways of the Holy Land safe, with especial regard for the protection of pilgrims. 9 men undertaking the seemingly impossible task of policing the wild and perilous pathways of the desert. Only 9 men to protect the thousands of pilgrims and crusaders swarming into Palestine in those uncertain and dangerous times.
With this plan, we are told, they presented themselves to the King of Jerusalem. He seems to have found their objective a worthy one, and placed at their disposal an entire wing of the royal palace, which stood on the foundations of the old temple. Hence the name Templars. Part of their home still stands. It is the women's wing of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, here on the Temple Mount. Within a short space of time, the king vacated the palace entirely, leaving it in the control of the poor knights. For 9 years, William tells us, the 9 poor knights pursued their objectives, admitting no new members to their order. There is, however, a total silence on what their activities actually were during those 9 years. All that we do know is that for some reason, apart from their mammoth self-imposed task, the Templars also found time to clear the centuries of rubble from this immense area, the stables of King Solomon, which stretch under a vast area of the Temple Mount. Word of the Milice du Christ, the soldiers of Christ, spread back to Europe, and in 1128 the Templars were officially recognized as a religious military order. No secular authority, no ecclesiastical power would hold sway over them. They were a power unto themselves, autonomous, owing allegiance to neither kings nor prelates, answerable only to the Pope himself.
From strongholds outside Jerusalem, they strengthened their grip on the Holy Land. There was a certain glamour to these iron monks, enduring in the name of Christ the burning heat of the desert.
In the 2 decades which followed, younger sons of noble families flocked to enroll in the Templars' ranks. Vast donations in goods, money, and land were made from every quarter of Christendom, and within 12 months of their incorporation, the order held huge estates all over Europe, and in 1147, the Templars embarked on the Second Crusade. The reputation they established in battle was one of zeal, tinged with an almost insane foolhardiness. Foolhardy they may have seemed, but their rule forbade them to sue for ransom, or even to retreat, unless the odds were more than 3 to 1.
Jerusalem was their home, stronghold of the armies of Christendom, and here the Templar knighthood flourished.
For a century, the power and influence of the Templars grew. Diplomatic links were even maintained with the Muslim world, to which they were yet so often opposed on the field of battle. But the Templars' world was not confined to war and the intrigues of international diplomacy. In their early years here, they established markets and took commission from which they financed their operations. With their network of castle preceptories spread throughout Europe and the Near East, they were able to organize the safe transfer of money for merchant traders. Modern banking
grew directly from the system instituted by these efficient and dedicated men. And they traded not only in money, but ideas. Their contacts with Islamic and Judaic culture made them a natural clearinghouse for new systems of thought, new philosophies, new sciences. Some people have even said that they brought the chess game into Europe. Bishops and castles, kings and knights. One can understand the attraction of this game for these ambitious, warlike monks. Checkmate. Shah Mat. The king is dead. And the Templars owed no allegiance to kings. At the dawn of the 14th century, King Philippe le Bel sat on the throne of France. The Templars were firmly established with a network of castles throughout his kingdom, but the Templars owed him no allegiance. Their fidelity was reserved solely for the Pope. Philippe had no control over them, and he owed them money, sufficient cause to spur a medieval monarch to action. Heresy was the excuse. The king's first necessity was to ensure the cooperation of the Pope. Through ruthless pressure and intrigue, he engineered the election of the Archbishop of Bordeaux to the vacant papal throne in 1305. The newly elected Pope Clement V then moved the papal court to Avignon, committing the papacy to what is remembered as the Babylonian captivity, its 70 years in France. With the Pope in his pocket, Philippe exacted his payment for the gift of his influence, and that payment included the suppression of the Templars. At dawn on Friday the 13th of October, 1307, the Templars throughout France were arrested. Although Philippe's objective of total surprise seems to have been achieved, his prime target, the order's wealth, was never found, and what became of the Templars' treasure has remained a mystery. In France, the Templars were tried, and many were put to the torture. Strange confessions and even stranger accusations were made. Grim rumors began to spread. The Templars worshipped a devil called Baphomet. At their secret ceremonies, they prostrated themselves before a head which spoke to them and gave them some inexplicable power. Outsiders who chanced to witness their rites disappeared, never to be seen again. And they were accused of other things too, of teaching women how to abort, of sodomy. But most bizarre of all the charges to be leveled against these soldiers of Christ, who had fought and laid down their lives so valiantly in Christ's name and in his service, they were accused of denying Christ and trampling on the cross. Their treatment was without mercy. All were imprisoned, many were burned, and in a papal bull of 1312, the entire order was officially dissolved. But how did these knights, sworn to poverty, become the wealthiest and most powerful institution in Christendom? How did these dedicated soldiers of the faith come to incur the terrible charges of blasphemy and heresy which were levelled against them? Fascinating though these questions were, I began to ask myself if the mystery of the Templars was truly a part of my main task, the unravelling of the puzzle of the 19th century priest Baigent and his tiny village. I felt that the Templars had to be left to one side, unless I could find something more tangible to link their presence here with the fabric of the local story. True, there were links, but were they important? Important to the story of Saunière, the penniless priest which I knew so well. The priest who began in poverty and yet spent millions, who made a discovery in his church of the parchments which hid secret messages. One speaking of a treasure belonging to Dagobert and to Zion. And the other more complex, more cryptic. Shepherdess, no temptation to which Poussin Teniers hold the key. Peace 681. By the cross and this horse of God, I complete this Démon guardian at midday. Blue apples. The message which led Saunière to the painting by Poussin of the supposedly imaginary tomb which yet exists in the countryside nearby. The obvious relevance of the painting led me to undertake a detailed examination of it, and I found what seemed to me to be a curious and rigid geometry. I sought the guidance of Professor Christopher Cornford of the Royal College of Art, who has made a special study of the geometry of paintings. He found a totally unexpected and quite startling underlying structure, and it was pentagonal. The pentagon is formed by overlapping regular triangles, whose angles are 36 degrees, 72 degrees, and 72 degrees, a 5-pointed star. Professor Cornford suggested that if Poussin was saying anything, it was that pentagons and the angles of a pentagon were important. Perhaps I should look for them in association with Rennes-le-Château. Regular triangles. What possible connection could there be between geometry and the priest who found treasure in a sleepy Pyrenean village? Then I remembered that Rennes-le-Château is only one of 3 castles vital to this story. Blanchefort, Bézu, and of course Rennes-le-Château itself. Each castle is on a natural mountain peak. I could not possibly have imagined how amazingly Christopher Cornford's theory would be confirmed by that triangle of castles, the angles which they form, 72 degrees, 72 degrees, and 36 degrees. Coincidence? The accuracy is astonishing. Were these 3 castles placed on these mountain peaks because of their pentagonal relationship? And is this surprising geometric regularity of natural forms what Poussin is indicating in his Berger d'Arcadie? As we shall see, this is in fact only a small part of the amazing truth which this painting is intended to convey. For the moment, it's sufficient to turn our attention to these 3 mountain castles and to look more closely into their history. Blanchefort bears only the decaying, almost unrecognizable remnant of a castle, but that castle gave its name to a noble house, the Blanchefort family. One of them has left a faint mark on the pages of history. He was Bertrand de Blanchefort, 4th Grand Master of the Order of Knights Templar, who maintained a preceptory on that other mountain peak of Bézu. The 3rd point is of course Rennes-le-Château, but the castle here has a history which reaches back into the past long before the time of the Templars. Remember now that first hint in the parchments that the treasure belongs to Dagobert and to Zion. Now Zion is Jerusalem, where the story of the Templars seems to begin. And Dagobert was one of the last kings of the Merovingian Franks. The Merovingians were not anointed kings, but kings by virtue of their blood, which was believed to have some magical, even divine attribute or quality. They were called the long-haired kings, and like Samson, their power was supposedly vested in their hair, which they could never cut. According to legend, they were identified by a distinctive birthmark, a rose-red cross. Most famous and influential king of the Merovingian dynasty was Clovis I, who led pagan Gaul to Christianity. When Clovis was baptized at Rheims, he became king not only by virtue of his blood, but also by sanction of the Roman Church. But as so often happens, the rule of a strong king diminishes with his successors. When Dagobert II inherited the kingdom, attempts were made to keep him from his throne, and in the year 679 he was assassinated. His infant son Sigebert, now rightful king, was reputed to have died with him. But a stone uncovered by Saunière supposedly depicts the rescue of that child, who was carried to safety to the ancestral home of his mother, and that home was Rennes-le-Château. Here Sigebert grew to manhood, and through his descendants the blood royal of the Merovingians flowed on in gnarled and numerous family trees, nursing an accumulation of bitterness and rancour stemming from the betrayal of Dagobert and the loss of their rightful inheritance, the throne of France. And at last that blood bore fruit in the house of Lorraine. Godfrey of Boulogne, Count of Bouillon and Duke of Lorraine, was a direct lineal descendant of Dagobert II. And when, in 1090, Christendom mobilized to recapture the Holy Land and the sepulchre of Christ from the Islamic unbelievers, Godfrey was in command of the mightiest of the 4 armies which embarked on the crusade. When Jerusalem fell to the Crusaders in 1099, a mysterious group of religious figures convened. The identity of this group has eluded the investigation of historians. Its task was to elect a king of Jerusalem. This shadowy but clearly influential group of electors promptly offered the crown to Godfrey of Bouillon. For the supporters of the blood royal of the Merovingians, Godfrey was already a rightful king, but a king without a kingdom. Now that mysterious conclave had given him the most precious kingdom on earth, the Holy Land. But could I begin to identify this shadowy but powerful organization? And could I find a connection, a link with the Order of Knights Templar? And then I found a document. It attests to the existence in 1090 of a mysterious organization called the Ordre de Notre-Dame du Mont de Zion, the Order of Our Lady of the Mount of Zion, which apparently acted in close concert with Godfrey of Bouillon. The document also asserts that at least 5 of the 9 founding Knights Templar were also members of this same Order of Zion. But how authentic is this document? History seems to make no reference to any Order of Our Lady of Zion. At first glance, the document may well seem spurious, but the deeper one probes into the obscured recesses of history, the greater the weight of circumstantial evidence that emerges. In 1099, Godfrey is elected King of Jerusalem. Immediately, here on the Mount of Zion, on the ruins of an ancient building called the Mother of All Churches, an abbey is built. It is called the Abbey of Notre-Dame de Zion. It seems reasonable to suggest that those who occupied the new abbey were members of an order which bore that same name. But reasonable suggestion cannot prove the existence of the order. However, documents do exist, dating from the time of the Templars, which are not speculative and cannot be disputed. One refers explicitly to the Abbot of Notre-Dame de Zion, and another cites the order in an elaborate transfer of abbeys and church lands. It is clear, then, that we are not discussing some fictional organization, but one which had an actual and documented existence. But what were its objectives? And why did it remain so carefully in the background? And what can be made of its links with the Knights Templar? Let us look again briefly at the early known history of the Templars, but now with this new knowledge held as a backdrop to the picture. The Priory's document insists that 5 of the 9 founding Templars were members of Notre-Dame de Zion, already established in Jerusalem for more than a decade. If I am right, Zion was the shadowy religious group behind the election of the King of Jerusalem. Perhaps I should look to the Church for a figure known to be associated with the Templars and who could provide the link. One figure immediately emerges from the shadows. The dominant Christian voice of his age was Bernard of Clairvaux of the Cistercian order. The Cistercian monks were the purely monastic, non-military equivalent of the fighting Templar monks. Bernard drew up the rule by which the Templars were to live. Could he also have been concerned with the mystery surrounding the Order of Zion and their hidden involvement in the founding of the Templars, their offspring order? It is clear that St. Bernard played a vital role in the early history of the Knights Templar, and curious hints of that role have been proposed by certain historians who have studied and interpreted his writings. One such hint relates to the time of the Templars' return to France after their early years in Jerusalem. The work has been accomplished with our help, and the knights have been sent under the protection of the Comte de Champagne, where all precautions can be taken against interference by public or ecclesiastical authorities, where one can best make sure of a secret, a watch, a hiding place. No interference from public or ecclesiastical authorities, and a search for a hiding place. Could the Templars have been sent to the Holy Land to bring something back from Jerusalem? Something which St. Bernard was privy to, something which had to be protected, hidden away. Could this explain why the king vacated the palace and handed it over to the Knights Templar, and the silence of the records concerning their activities during those first 9 years? We must remember that at the end of their history, the Templars kept inviolate the secret of the whereabouts of their treasure. What precious thing might have been in their possession? So precious that not even torture could wring a hint of it from their lips. And where could have been the resting place of their secret, their watch, their hiding place? On Friday the 13th of October, 1307, we are told, King Philip succeeded in having all the Templars of France arrested. That statement, however, is not quite true. One group of Templars alone succeeded in escaping the clutches of Philippe's executioners, and they were the Templars of this preceptory of Bézieux. How did they escape, and why? The clue lies in the name of the commander here at the time of the Templars' downfall. It was the Seigneur de Gau. And the Pope, King Philippe's reluctant accomplice, was Clement V, who before taking that name on his election to the papal throne was Bertrand de Gau. Bertrand de Gau, whose mother was Ida de Blanchefort, of that same family who gave the Templars their 4th Grand Master, and whose lands spread out from their ancestral home there across the plain. An earlier member of that Blanchefort family, Bertrand de Blanchefort, became in 1153 4th Joint Grand Master of both Templars and Order of Zion. Bertrand can be seen to be the most significant of all the Grand Masters of the Temple. He it was who transformed the order into the superbly efficient and highly organized institution it became. Thus, with their mysterious task accomplished in their early years, and under the influence of St. Bernard, the power of the Temple grew. By 1187, both the Templars and their parent Order of Zion were well established. But by then, too, the Templars appear to have grown too powerful, too autonomous, too unwieldy and unmanageable for their parent organization. To the Order of Zion, the Templar order may well have seemed a self-willed and unruly child. In 1187, the Grand Master of the Temple, Gerard de Riedefort, led his knights into a rash, impetuous, ill-conceived and disastrous battle outside Jerusalem, and the Holy City was lost. The documents of the Order of Zion refer to this action as treachery. And in the following year, 1188, the records refer to a separation between the two orders. The parent set the child free, And though family links remained, the Templars now stood on their own feet, free to ride with haughty arrogance through the remaining century and a quarter of their existence to their final grim doom in 1307. After the split, the parent order modified its name. Henceforth it was to be known as the Prieuré de Zion, the Priory of Zion, and as such it has continued its cloaked and shadowy existence down the years. When I first saw this document, I was by no means inclined to regard it as authoritative, nor even reliable as evidence. Among the information it contains is a list of the names of the Priory of Zion's Grand Masters after their separation from the Templars and up to the present day. Victor Hugo, Jean Cocteau, Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton. Some of these names are so illustrious that the list seemed just the sort of grandiose pedigree that would be created for itself by a lunatic fringe body of eccentrics playing at secret societies. But it's all too easy to make assumptions and not to keep an open mind. Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientists that England has produced. What could the Priory embody that would attract him and the other great figures on the list? All seem to share some interest in the esoteric, the occult, in secret teachings, hidden knowledge, knowledge which at certain times in the past would have been heretical and highly dangerous. Leonardo da Vinci, great artist, great thinker, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Robert Fludd, philosopher, physician, alchemist, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Valentin Andrea, Rosicrucian alchemist, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Robert Boyle, great scientist, alchemist, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Isaac Newton, great scientist, alchemist, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Victor Hugo, writer, great thinker, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Claude Debussy, great composer, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. Jean Cocteau, great writer and artist, unorthodox in his religious beliefs. The common ground which all these men share, and they share much, was still not enough. Were the connections more than guesswork? Something was still missing, something which binds these great men and claimed their allegiance and their silence. But we must not lose sight of the origins of our hunt, Saunière the obscure parish priest, and a remote mountain hamlet. Here, in his church, he found the clues which led to his treasure. Could I perhaps find traces of the Priory of Zion here at the heart of the mystery? The parchments conceal the key word Zion. They bear also the initials PS. This must refer not to Jerusalem, but to the Priory of Zion, which calls itself also the Ordre de la Rose Croix Veritas, the Order of the True Rose Cross. And Saunière's imagery in his church repeats again and again the rose on the cross, the emblem of the Rosicrucians, who burst upon the world in the 17th century in the Rosicrucian manifestos written by Valentin Andrea, Grand Master of the Priory. The rose cross, which seems to echo the rose-red cross emblem of the Templars, birthmark of the Merovingians. The Rosicrucians. This should not be confused with the modern societies who concern themselves with mysticism and the occult, and who have chosen to adopt the name. If the Priory's own document is to be believed, there are, and only ever have been, 13 members of the Rose Cross, and these are the 13 senior members of the Priory. In his church garden, Saunière has left us another clue to the Priory's presence. This innocent-seeming memorial cross was erected in 1897. Here there is a simple and straightforward, pious phrase, Christus vincit, Christ conquers. On each side there is a similar phrase, Christus imperat, Christ rules, Christus regnat, Christ reigns. But on the back
His language is again cryptic. Christus AOMPS defendit. Christ defend what? AOM can only mean Antiquus Ordo Mysticusque, the ancient and mystic order. And PS is, of course, the Priory of Zion. Certainly the Priory's hand is at work here. But again, why? Why here? When Saunier found the parchments, he went to Paris. It was to Paris that I, too, had to go to find the mysterious Priory of Zion. The story seemed to stretch into a distant past through heresy and the Templars and murdered kings. And my researchers had uncovered a priory document of genealogies, tracing a descent from the Merovingians and leading to a man called Pierre Plantard de Saint-Clair, in whose veins it seemed now ran the blood of the long-forgotten Dagobert II. After some natural hesitation, he at last agreed to talk about his place in this story. Monsieur Plantard, is there still a secret at Rennes-le-Château?
Mais le secret n'est pas seulement à Rennes-le-Château. Il est aussi autour de Rennes-le-Château.
Will the treasure of Rennes-le-Château ever be found?
Ici, vous me parlez d'un trésor matériel. Ne parlons pas de trésor matériel. Disons simplement qu'il existe un secret à Rennes-le-Château. Il est possible qu'il existe autre chose autour de Rennes-le-Château.
And how does Poussin fit into this story?
Effectivement, dans le tableau de Poussin, il y a certaines révélations. Poussin est un initié. Il a donc construit son tableau en initié. Mais dans l'histoire, il n'y a pas que lui, il y en a d'autres personnages. Vous savez, les arts étaient une forme d'expression où la vérité se trouvait cachée derrière des symboles.
Can you tell us whether the Priory of Zion still exists today?
À l'heure actuelle, Sion existe toujours. L'un de ses derniers membres, un de ses derniers grands maîtres, c'était Jean Cocteau. Tout le monde le sait.
Monsieur Plantard, over the centuries you have, how shall I put it, you have supported the Priory of Zion.
Nous avons soutenu Sion. Et Sion nous a soutenus.
We. Who are we?
Nous, je parle de la lignée mérovingienne, car notre lignée est issue de Dagobert II. Les Mérovingiens, ce sont eux qui ont fait la France. Sans eux, il n'y aurait pas de France. Les Capétiens, les Carolingiens, ils ont suivi la ligne des Mérovingiens. Le Mérovingien représente la France.
Le Roi perdu, the lost king. So strong and persistent a thread in French history and legend. But is this story really nothing more than an elaborate cloak of mystification to cover a futile attempt to restore a long-forgotten dynasty of French kings? How would we in England react to a similar attempt to restore a descendant of King Canute? With good-natured amusement, perhaps. Yet this centuries-long story of blood and faith and politics is not a light-hearted game. So much mystery, treasure, ciphers, heresies, so many intangible maybes. Yet underneath it all, a hard core of fact, of historical sense. Rennes-le-Château, where the son of the assassinated St. Dagobert was brought. Blanchefort, ancestral home of the fourth Grand Master of the Templars, Bertrand de Blanchefort. And Bézu, the preceptory which evaded the net when the Templars fell in 1307. Bézu, Blanchefort, Rennes-le-Château. Three castles locked together in a precise geometric relationship. Echoed in the 17th century by Nicolas Poussin in his masterpiece Les Bergers d'Arcadie, a picture in which Saunier took a great interest.
But is there any reason to suppose that Poussin was involved in a secret other than merely the oddity of having apparently painted a landscape which the experts tell us he never saw? Well, in April 1656, Poussin had a conversation with a French priest. The priest wrote to his brother about that conversation, and historians have long been aware of that letter, which speaks of a secret that Poussin had, which kings would have pains to draw from him. Poussin most certainly had a secret, and I was convinced it lay in the Pythagorean pentagonal geometry with which he structured his painting of the tomb at Arques. But where were all these fragments of information taking me? Some unquestionably locked together. Some were obviously part of the puzzle, but their place in it was unclear. Yet another element was needed, a connecting thread, and that still eluded me.
So far, I have shown that pentagonal geometry does manifest itself in the relationship of the three mountain castles which figure so prominently in this story. It's time to look at them again, to see if there is anything more to be learned beyond the fact that the triangle formed by these three castles has pentagonal angles. And this is where the story takes another unexpected shift. The accuracy of those angles is already sufficiently astonishing. But from here, it's possible to see that midway between Bézieux and Blanchefort, and blending against the backdrop of mountains, there is another hill feature.
It is exactly equidistant from Blanchefort and Bézieux, and the angle formed by the hilltops is exactly 108 degrees, the external angle of a pentagon.
We started from a triangle whose apex was Bézieux, and now we have four mountain peaks placed in precise geometric regularity. The odds against such a natural occurrence must be astronomical. But of course we can't leave it there. What about the fifth point of the pentagon? Well, there it is, the rocky ridge which blends against the mountainside behind. This time, nature lets us down by a few score meters. Were this structure man-made, it would be possible to forgive so small a margin of error.
And even now, 5 years after I first found it, I still find it astonishing. There's no doubting this immense geometric figure when one can see it laid out. But in the landscape, the mountains blend with their neighbours, and their regularity is hidden. This story began with the hunt for Béranger Saunier's treasure, and has led to this amazing geometric figure. Yet, the story had always implied that there was more here than mere buried treasure. The pentagram has already appeared elsewhere, hidden in this parchment. But this pentagram, unlike the mountains, was an irregular one. It broke through its surrounding circle. What could this imply? In fact, what is the significance of the pentacle? The magician uses a pentacle enclosed within a circle for conjuration. The surrounding circle is his protection. To break it is to allow the evil to enter. Is this what is being implied? I think not. Certainly it's a possibility, but the pentacle is not only a symbol of black magic, of evil. The shape seemed to be assuming an unexpected significance in my research into the history of the Priory of Zion. It kept nagging at me, and when I talked to Monsieur Plantard, I asked him about the geometry I had found and what significance he saw in the stressing of the pentacle. The geometry is pentagonal, isn't it?
Je ne peux pas vous répondre à ce sujet.
At that moment, Monsieur Plantard could have said, I don't know what you're talking about, or even there is no significance. But in a sense, His answer confirmed my suspicion that there was an importance attached to that symbol which I had yet to discover. Magic seemed a possible answer. But then, magic has become a matter for ridicule. But it's not always been so. This story has a very long past, and the blood of thousands has been shed in the fight against witchcraft. And even today there are many who take magic all too seriously, no matter how much we others may scoff. We've even subtly distorted the vocabulary. The word occult has come to be associated only with magic, witchcraft, devil worship. But occult simply means hidden. A secret body of knowledge reserved only for the initiated. Saunière, I know, had left us cryptic images of one such body of hidden knowledge. The symbols of air, fire, water, earth. The four elements of alchemy. Alchemy, for most people today, no more than a half-forgotten medieval quest for a way to change base metal into pure gold. But the true alchemist's search was much more than that. A key phrase in their writings is, as above, so below, reflecting their continual search for an earthly counterpart to the immensity of God's cosmos, their desire to transmute base man into pure spirit. The alchemical quest seems to have held much fascination for many of the Grand Masters of the Priory of Zion, and the Templars seem to have absorbed it along with the other Eastern philosophies and sciences with which they came into contact. As above, so below. Base man into pure spirit, a religious concept. And the Templars were a religious organization, the Priory also. And Saunière the priest emphasized the religious aspect by placing cryptic imagery in his church, a church dedicated centuries before his time to Mary Magdalene, the redeemed sinner who was the first to see Christ after the resurrection. When Saunière returned from Paris with his newfound knowledge, he emphasized the importance of Mary Magdalene by naming the tower which he built with his newfound wealth, La Tour Magdala, the Magdala Tower. For the occult initiates of the Middle Ages, Mary Magdalene, through her redemption from sin and her unique knowledge of the risen Christ, was regarded as a medium of secret revelation, and those initiates had chosen the planet Venus as her symbol in the cosmos. A saint and a star. The connection between them could only be fanciful, subjective, close to fairy tale. I could find no connection that seemed valid to me until I realized that I had to stop imposing modern attitudes on the thinking of those involved in this mystery. To come to terms with it, to begin to understand, I had to look at their beliefs, their interpretations, in their way, and not in ours. If we are to find a significance in Venus, then we must look at the planet as they did. And in the thinking of those who created this mystery, there was some connection between the pentacle at Rennes-le-Château, Mary Magdalene, and Venus. But how did the medieval mind view the universe? As soon as I began to work along those lines, I found exciting new answers to old questions stemming from the ancient belief that the Earth, and not the Sun, was the center of the universe. Each planet has its own pattern of movement around the Sun when seen from the Earth, and for medieval astrologers, those differing movements allowed them to draw geometric shapes based on the positions of the planets when they are aligned with the Sun. For example, Mercury in its orbit is aligned 3 times with the Sun, and the pattern formed by these conjunctions is an irregular triangle. Each planet makes a different number of alignments, each forms its own irregular pattern. Only one planet
forms a precise and regular geometric pattern in the sky, and that planet is Venus, the heavenly representation of the earthly Mary Magdalene. And the pattern she draws, as regularly as clockwork every 8 years, is a pentacle. As above, so below. At Rennes-le-Château, village of Mary Magdalene, we have the perfect pentacle, the earthly counterpart of the perfect pentacle in the heavens, the secret and hidden pattern of Venus, the Magdalene. Each pentacle precise, known, yet hidden. One must be initiated into the mystery before one can see the age-old and unchanging truth that the heavens find reflected in that tiny location on the face of the earth. Here was the link between the worlds of matter and spirit, between base and corrupt man here on earth, and the twinkling firmament where dwelt God and all his saints. Mary Magdalene, the medium of a secret revelation, was herself the image of the secret revelation in the sky. To the medieval mind, to the alchemist, to the Templar, to the Priory of Zion, such an image was immensely powerful, immensely potent. In that majestic symbol in the sky, harmonious, unchanging, regular as a metronome, was the music of the spheres. "10 years ago, I asked a question. Did Béranger Saunière really find a treasure? That led me into a hunt for the treasure of the Templars, and I found that their shadow obscured the Priory of Zion. 10 years of research into the obscure byways of history, 10 years of discoveries and false leads, of excitement and irrelevancies. But always there were the Templars, the Priory, Rennes-le-Château, and Saunière's immense wealth. Did he really find some long-forgotten hoard of gold? On balance, I think not. I now think that that mysterious organization, the Priory of Zion, provided him with the means to buy the land, build the house and the tower, perform all his other works, but not for his sake, not for his comfort, not for his purposes, but for theirs. For Saunière now seems to have been no more than the guardian of this place which had such immense significance for the Priory of Zion. The real treasure of Rennes-le-Château is not one of gold and jewels. The real treasure is a secret, the pentacle, a secret which held immense potency in the past, and which for some people still holds that potency today. Shape, I am told, has a property. In other words, certain shapes do certain things. Can a pentacle really do something? I don't know. Perhaps in some ways I don't want to know. I discovered it, so I can't ignore it. All these illustrious people of the past, Poussin, Leonardo, Newton, all of them over the centuries have been involved in this story. Were they really intent on restoring the deposed Merovingian blood? What can there be so special about this royal bloodline that can ensure centuries of loyalty? Still, something seems to be missing, and only the Priory of Zion can answer all the questions which seem to increase even as the discoveries are made. The Priory of Zion. Does it still exist? Is it really still alive? Still a force to be reckoned with? Certainly it existed in the past, and it has been powerful, and it has been associated with a pentacle, and a royal dynasty. If the Priory of Zion still exists, and Monsieur Plantard insists that it does, then the latest name on their list of Grand Masters is Jean Cocteau. Was he really involved in all this? After 10 years of research, I no longer wonder. I can only observe and record. And I have one more thing to show you. Something which brings me full circle back to London. Not to the Templars Church, but to a church little more than a mile away, just behind Leicester Square, the Church of Notre-Dame de France. Imagery, the currency of all artists, all painters. Here we are in a church dedicated to Notre Dame. Bombed in 1940, it was restored and redecorated by artists from all over France. The mural in this side chapel is a crucifixion, painted towards the end of his life by Jean Cocteau. His style is instantly recognizable. One of the clearest, the most recurrent images in our story has been the rose upon the cross. And here, at the center of his design, where the body of the crucified Saviour should dominate all, Cocteau gives us this. The Priory of Zion tells us that Cocteau was their Grand Master. For him and for them, this was an immensely significant symbol, the rose and the cross. Of course, finding it here could be nothing more than an extraordinary coincidence. For me, it is one more piece of evidence for a shadowy, centuries-old mystery, which is only now, slowly, finding its way back to the light.
The international bestseller, The Da Vinci Code, owes its existence to a chance purchase made from a spinning stand outside a small provincial bookshop in central France over 35 years ago. The book was a small paperback called Le Trésor Maudit, The Accursed Treasure, and it was bought by a man called Henry Lincoln, pictured here outside that same bookshop in Vendôme in 1997. Back in 1969, Lincoln certainly didn't know that the book he was buying for a little light holiday reading was going to change his life. Le Trésor Maudit by Gérard de Sède told the story of a little-known village in the south of France, the now world-famous village of Rennes-le-Château. At the end of the 19th century, so the story went, the priest of this tiny hilltop village in the foothills of the Pyrenees discovered some parchments hidden in his church. Almost overnight, it seems, his life of extreme poverty changed to one of extraordinary wealth. The discovery of the parchments had apparently led him to a lost treasure, the accursed treasure of the title. His village and the tangible evidence of how he disposed of his wealth are there for all to see. The road up to the village, the decoration of the church, his Villa Britannia and its gardens, Belvedere and Tour Magdala, were all built with his money. where did it come from? The historical and mythical background to the Rennes-le-Château story has been fertile ground for researchers seeking to discover the source of Béranger Saunier's wealth. Over the last 30 years, that quest has spawned an industry. Countless books, films and documentaries have attempted to explain the mystery. The first and most influential of these was, of course, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, the 1982 bestseller which Henry Lincoln wrote with Michael Baigent and Richard Leigh. Drawing on a hypothesis developed in The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, Dan Brown's novel The Da Vinci Code has now introduced a whole new audience to the enigma surrounding Rennes-le-Château. But in the intervening years, Henry Lincoln has discovered another mystery. A mystery that goes far beyond the supposed treasure at Rennes-le-Château. The priest's riches are a distraction from the real secret of the village, that it is but a small part of a much greater wonder. It is in fact part of one of the wonders of the ancient world. This programme seeks to explain why this little-known area in the Languedoc region of France could truly be described as a holy place. In fact, the true mystery isn't confined to Rennes-le-Château, but has echoes elsewhere, and is expressed in perfect form on a tiny island in the Baltic Sea. These discoveries at Rennes-le-Château and on the Danish island of Bornholm are extraordinarily challenging, and they pose new questions about our ancient ancestors, their motivations, their skills, and their knowledge. Over the last 30 years, Rennes-le-Château has transformed from a sleepy, remote mountaintop hamlet into a mecca for mystics, treasure hunters, New Age thinkers and seekers after the truth. What draws people here from all over the world? And what do they expect to find here? Well, the story would still be just a little-known local mystery, and there would be no books, no films, no best-selling Da Vinci Code, and no tourist trail, if Henry Lincoln hadn't made a discovery that eventually took him far beyond the contents of that little red paperback, Le Trésor Maudit. In the summer of 1969, Lincoln, it seems, was the first to break a secret code.
There I was, having read the way through the book, looking at the reproductions of two of the parchments which the priest had apparently found. And there it was, a passage from the Gospels in Latin, which talked of Jesus walking in the cornfields with the disciples, and they did rub the ears of corn and did eat. And suddenly I find myself reading off a message in French, very simple, was hidden in a way that I've always described as a schoolboy code.
Some of the letters were slightly raised above the others. When these were picked out, the hidden message was easily readable.
It was so easy to find. And it simply said, "This treasure belongs to Dagobert II, king, and to Zion, and he is there dead.
Nowhere in the rest of the book was there any reference to this decipherment. Was Lincoln the only person to have discovered this childishly simple code? Why hadn't the author mentioned it? For Lincoln, it was an incomplete solution. The book became his constant companion during the next months, the parchments providing hours of enjoyable distraction. But despite tantalizing glimmers of other layers below the surface, he found nothing as clear as that first ringing message. However, the historical background to the story was fascinating. Rennes-le-Château is in the Languedoc, a region of France which is both overwhelmingly beautiful and blessed with many traces of its rich and turbulent past. It was here that the Cathar heresy took root, flourished, and was viciously suppressed by the Roman Church. In these mountains, the Knights Templar, proud warrior monks, established castles and commanderies. Arab invaders, Visigothic hordes, crusading armies, all passed this way. Behind the story of this 19th century priest and his discoveries lay centuries of fanaticism, faith and suffering, a complex and bloody history which was almost unknown outside France. To Lincoln, a television scriptwriter, the subject seemed made for a TV documentary.
At that time there was a series being done by the BBC called Chronicle, which dealt with subjects of historical and archaeological interest. And I thought it would be a good subject for them. So I took it to the producer and he agreed.
2 years later, in 1972, the BBC aired Lincoln's first television documentary.
And that programme, The Lost Treasure of Jerusalem, which told the story of the priest Béranger and his little village of Rennes-le-Château, was the first that anybody outside France had ever heard of this extraordinary story.
But it wasn't the last. The public reaction was so strong that in the decade that followed, Lincoln made 2 more films for the BBC, The Priest, the Painter and the Devil in 1975, and The Shadow of the Templars in 1979. By the time the 3rd film was made, the research involved had become too much for one man, so Lincoln brought in 2 others to help, Richard Leigh and Michael Baigent.
And the 3 of us began to research in more depth and cover much more ground of what the story was all about. And that led eventually to the hypothesis, which we presented in a book published in 1982 and which was called The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. Now, it seemed very much a case that that book touched a nerve back in 1982, part of the zeitgeist, if you like, and it created a huge reaction. It became a bestseller immediately. We were on the front pages right around the world because we had developed an hypothesis which appeared to explain all the background to this apparent treasure story.
The book became as huge a publishing phenomenon as its fictional offspring, the Da Vinci Code, was to do some 20 years later. It was back in 1972, while he was making the initial BBC film, that Lincoln received the first hint that this was something more than just a treasure story. As part of his research, he travelled to Paris to meet Gérard de Sède, author of Le Trésor Maudit.
One of the first questions I asked him was, why didn't you publish the hidden message in the parchments? And he said, what message? That struck me as being a very curious response, because I thought he must know it was there. And if he knew it was there, then he'd know that I knew it was there. So we fenced around this for a little while. And eventually we got to the point where we both knew that we were talking about the same message. So I repeated the question, why didn't you publish it? And he said, because we thought it might interest someone like you to find it for yourself. Well, that was an extraordinary response. I thought I was dealing with a simple little treasure hunt story set in a village. And yet suddenly there was a we in the background who thought it might be of interest to someone like me. There was something odd in the background, and I could sense it from that moment on.
It would be another 7 years before Lincoln discovered the identity of that we in the background. It was the now infamous Priory of Zion. Lincoln's researches seem to suggest that the source of Béranger Saunier's wealth wasn't gold or treasure, but a secret of such significance that those protecting it would go to any lengths to safeguard its existence. All the clues, all the arcane twists and turns, the hidden codes, effaced tombstones, secret documents, paintings and statuary, the elements that sparked the imaginations of the BBC Chronicle audience through 3 films, suggested that there were people in the background who knew a great secret and were taking enormous pains to protect it. Yet at the same time, they seemed to be deliberately placing obscure hints to draw attention to its existence.
Is the Priory of Zion a genuine secret society, an organisation hidden in the background and manipulating affairs? Well, there's no way of knowing. One of the key things about a secret society is that it's secret, and so we don't know what they know. All that we know is that an organisation surfaces in the 1950s, calling itself the Priory of Zion and lodging its statutes with the authorities in Annemasse. So before that registration in the 1950s, we have no certainty about this organisation at all. We only have what the members of this organisation have chosen to tell us.
And what they chose to tell, or rather infer, was that the Priory of Zion was protecting the bloodline of the Merovingian kings. Not only that, but its Grand Master, Pierre Plantard, was himself a descendant of that same bloodline. In France, this is akin to an Englishman claiming to be descended from King Arthur, except that, of course, the Merovingian kings were an historical reality, not a myth. The claims of a crank, most likely. Except that there were corroborating documents, the dossier secret. Documents that had come to light in the Bibliothèque Nationale, documents showing a line of Grand Masters of the Priory of Zion from the 12th century to the present day. Faked, surely. Except that when researched by Lincoln, Baigent and Leigh, it was found that each of the seemingly unrelated names on that list was subtly connected in ways which would require a very deep knowledge of European history for anyone to manufacture. Nothing was ever straightforward, nothing could ever be proven, and yet a trail of tantalizing clues and convoluted pathways pointed to something being protected, something being preserved down through the ages. The need to verify the scenario hinted at by Plantard, the Bibliothèque Nationale documents, the parchments, and indeed the activities of the priest Béranger Saunier, led Lincoln, Baigent and Leigh to an extended study of European history. This fresh approach unearthed new discoveries and unexpected connections. Chief amongst these was the suggestion that the Priory of Zion may have been responsible for the creation of that enigmatic order of warrior monks, the Knights Templar. And with any investigation of the Knights Templar, it's hard to avoid dealing with the popular notion of their association with the myth of the Holy Grail.
And in the early Grail stories, the Templars were referred to as the guardians of the Grail and the Grail family. It was the protection of a family which led to the idea of a bloodline, which gave us the dramatic hypothesis of a blood descent from Jesus, and that Jesus, unlike the image we get from him in the Gospels, was in fact married, and that he was married to Mary Magdalene, and she was the Grail. The Grail is, in most of our thinking, a cup or a chalice which supposedly either was used by Jesus at the Last Supper or at the crucifixion, which caught the drops of his blood. But our hypothesis shifted it into another dimension. When we first encounter the Grail in the Grail stories, it's not a holy grail, it's presented as a thing, one word, Sangral, S-A-N-G-R-A-A-L, Sangral. And because there was a word like Graal, which meant cup or chalice, that one word was split into two, Sangral, holy chalice. And that's where that idea comes from. But if you break it one letter later, you have sang royal, which is royal blood. And so we have a bloodline, a blood descent. And with the thought of a marriage between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, the Grail is now the womb of the Magdalene. She bears the blood of Jesus and creates the bloodline of their descent. And so the secret messages that the priest apparently had found began to make sense in a different context. This treasure belongs to Dagobert II, king, and to Zion, and he is there dead. Are we talking about a blood descent? Dagobert II, the last effective king of the Merovingian dynasty of France, and were they the blood descendants of Jesus?
In 1982, that suggestion caused an outcry. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, to quote the sleeve notes of a recent edition, sparked off a worldwide storm of controversy, reverberations of which are still resounding throughout the Western world. Over the years, public interest in the subject has remained strong. A steady procession of tourists and treasure hunters still make their way up to the remote hilltop of Rennes-le-Château in search of the truth, enlightenment, or Béranger Saunier's treasure. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail has never been out of print, and countless other books and films on the subject have followed, some sensible, some not so. Debate about the authenticity of the Priory of Zion, to which we will return later, and a possible blood descent from Jesus became inextricably associated with the mystery of Rennes-le-Château.
And we come to 2002, 20 years later, when a thriller is written called the Da Vinci Code, which picks up the hypothesis from our book and turns it into a thriller.
Although the first character we meet in Dan Brown's novel, the curator of the Louvre Museum, is named Saunier after the real-life priest of Rennes-le-Château, the village itself doesn't feature in the story. Instead, we're treated to a breathless chase from France to Scotland, visiting 4 major historical locations on the way: the Louvre in Paris, the Temple Church and Westminster Abbey in London, and Rosslyn Chapel near Edinburgh. All these sites have experienced the benefits and the problems of vastly increased visitor numbers since the publication of the Da Vinci Code. But despite its absence from the novel, Rennes-le-Château has also had its steady stream of tourists turned to a flood as readers realise that the source of the Da Vinci Code theme lies here in the foothills of the Pyrenees. Rennes-le-Château now receives over 100,000 visitors a year. The isolated village community that Henry Lincoln first visited over 30 years ago has changed. In 2004, 5 years after his last visit to Rennes-le-Château, Lincoln saw for himself the effect that the Da Vinci Code phenomenon was having on the village that he made famous.
When I first discovered the story of Rennes-le-Château back in the late 60s, almost nobody had heard of the village, and outside France nobody at all had heard of it. The story just existed as an account of a priest finding a treasure. So when I first stumbled onto it, the village was a little lost, remote peasant hamlet on the top of a mountain, peaceful. Now there's a place to park coaches. There are gift shops, bookshops, postcards, gifts.
Rennes-le-Château is now a managed site. The church is only open at certain times. Visitors can no longer pay homage at the grave of Béranger Saunière. The cemetery is locked. Saunière's body has been exhumed and transferred to a new memorial in the presbytery garden. You have to pay to get in here. But there is still much to see and to muse over. There's a small museum in the presbytery. you can explore the ground floor of Saunier's Villa Britannia. Walk along the Belvedere and climb his library tower, the Tour Magdala. The spectacular views remain unchanged. People come here for many reasons. But if they're hoping to find the Rennes-le-Château of Baigent, they're too late.
And I have to say that I'm not very happy about what's happened, but then my opinion doesn't really matter. But I find it sad to see that it's attracted not just the treasure hunting lunatics, but also people who impose all sorts of other ideas and angles of approach onto what is essentially a story which is much more important than they seem to realise.
Because there is another story to Rennes-le-Château, a story that few of the thousands of visitors are aware of. Obscured behind the tales of lost treasure, holy bloodlines, and elusive secret societies, beyond the thrills of the Da Vinci Code and the hypothesizing of the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, there lies an amazing fact. It's a fact whose existence was revealed through the work of a 16th century artist. But that artist wasn't Leonardo da Vinci. The countryside surrounding Baigent-Saunier's village holds a secret, an astonishing work of man and nature, hidden to all but those who know how and where to look. Spread across the stunning landscape of the Aude Valley is what can only be described as one of the wonders of the world, a vast and invisible temple of interlocking alignments and regular geometric forms, defined by the precise positioning of churches, castles, and ancient landmarks. Through all the myriad lines of investigation in this story, the priest's treasure, the Knights Templar, the Cathars, the Merovingian kings, the Priory of Zion, the Holy Bloodline, one thing is certain, demonstrable, and provable. It is that Rennes-le-Château is part of an extraordinary, invisible phenomenon. The real treasure in this story is neither gold, nor silver and diamonds, nor even the Holy Grail. At its simplest, it is a 5-pointed star. A pentacle. And at one point, Rennes-le-Château. How did Henry Lincoln discover this phenomenon in the first place? And what is its significance? What questions does it force us to ask? Well, to begin to answer these questions and more, we need to retrace our steps. We need to return to the parchments supposedly discovered by Baigent-Saunier in 1891. In particular, the first parchment, the one that contains that enigmatic message, "This treasure belongs to King Dagobert II and to Zion, and he is there dead." In preparation for the first BBC film in 1971, Lincoln spent much time contemplating the parchments.
No matter where they came from, unquestionably they contain messages. But having dealt with those, I continued to look at them, and there were lots of unanswered questions, even though we'd got the secret messages out of it. What we'd got were things like, why are there 3 crosses dotted amongst the text?
The obvious question was, what happens if lines are drawn to connect the crosses? Well, that question is immediately rewarded as a line from this cross to this traces out a word from the intersected text. That word is Zion. So the right questions are being asked. What next? Drawing a line to the other cross doesn't produce a significant result. Yet the clear message from the first line is that the crosses are significant. What about the small triangular design in the upper left-hand corner? The upper face of this little triangle lines up with the cross on line 4, the lower face with the bottom of the first line. The connection of these 2 crosses produces this line. Inspired by a design which was said to have been inscribed on a stone found 2 miles from Rennes-le-Château, Lincoln played with the idea of a similar design being present in the parchment. There is no cross or mark to indicate the necessary line, but Lincoln was convinced that the creator of this parchment was playing a subtle game. He noticed that this A is oddly detached, the only isolated letter in the text, and that the exact midpoint of this line falls in that gap. The choice of this point is confirmed when a circle centred here not only naturally passes through these points on the triangle, but also passes through the cross in line 7. Choosing that point to create this line was further confirmed as correct when it's seen that the point created here is exactly equidistant from the first 2 crosses. The circle is indicated. And now the little design in the corner makes sense. The circle creates 2 more points of intersection, which when joined, produce this. In 1971, when Henry Lincoln found this hidden pentacle, the story of Rennes-le-Château was still rooted in the mystery of a buried treasure.
It didn't mean anything to me at the time when I found it. It's important to remember that I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was merely asking myself, what is there?
The second parchment is just as important in the whole story as the first. In 1971, Lincoln's interpretation of the message in the first parchment and a foray into the history of the area surrounding Rennes-le-Château had provided him with enough material for a short 20-minute film. Out of the blue, Douzet, who'd been in contact with Lincoln during the filming, now sent him a decipherment of this second parchment. The hidden message is in French. In English, it reads, "Shepherdess, no temptation, that Poussin Tenier hold the key, Peace 681, by the cross, and this horse of God I complete, this daemon guardian, at midday, blue apples." Utterly meaningless on the face of it. But there was one tenuous link to a part of the story that hitherto had seemed insignificant. In Le Trésor Maudit, Douzet had reported that Saunier had originally taken the parchments he found to Paris to be examined by experts. Before returning to his village, he'd visited the Louvre Museum, where he'd bought reproductions of 3 paintings: The Shepherds of Arcadia by Nicolas Poussin, one of Tenier's paintings of St. Anthony, and a portrait of Pope Celestin V. Here was a definite clue. Shepherdess, no temptation, that Poussin Tenier hold the key. Why had Saunier purchased paintings by the 2 artists mentioned in this decipherment? What was the link? At the time, it wasn't clear which painting by Tenier had been purchased by Saunier, but there is only one Shepherds of Arcadia, Les Bergers d'Arcadie, by Nicolas Poussin.
three shepherds and a shepherdess looking at a tomb in what I was told was a fictional landscape, an imaginary tomb in an imaginary landscape.
Two of the shepherds point out the enigmatic phrase inscribed on the tomb, Et in Arcadia ego. And with this phrase entering the tale, suddenly yet another part of the story began to make sense. This slab, now in the museum at Rennes-le-Château, originally lay on the grave of Marie de Blanchefort, who died in 1781. It's said that Béranger Saunier himself effaced the inscription on the gravestone, but originally it read thus. It too was reproduced in Douzet's book. The two outer columns looked simple enough, but their meaning had so far remained obscure. They appeared to be a combination of Latin and Greek, but only now, with the inscription on the Poussin tomb scene before him, did the penny drop for Lincoln. The message is in Latin, but it's only revealed when being seen as written in the Greek alphabet. When Lincoln transliterated the Greek symbols into the Roman alphabet, the two columns simply read, Et in Arcadia ego. Curious enough, but also reproduced in Le Trésor Maudit was a reproduction of the inscription on the headstone of Marie de Blanchefort's grave. And it's the oddities on this carving that provide the key to the incredibly complex decipherment of the second parchment and that give us the Poussin message. Already the simple story of a priest, some parchment and a mythical treasure seemed to be taking on a new dimension and depth. But then something else happened. Something that would elevate the story of Rennes-le-Château beyond the little 20-minute TV insert first intended. Some photographs arrived in the post, again sent by Douzet. The photographs were of a tomb nestling in a pastoral landscape. But what was stunning was that the scenes seemed to be identical to the one depicted in the 17th century painting by Nicolas Poussin. Douzet also revealed that the scene in the photograph was easy to find, a mere 4 miles along the road west from Rennes-le-Château, near a village called Arc.
It was quite an extraordinary moment to drive along the road and see it in reality. There are arguments, of course, about how old the structure is. There isn't any evidence for its age. The question of whether Poussin painted that tomb remains open. There is no question, though, that he painted the landscape. Somebody could later have built the tomb to complete the picture. Or maybe it's been there for centuries. We just don't know. Having found the imaginary tomb in the imaginary landscape, which proved to be a real tomb in a real landscape, it's very sad to realize that that tomb now no longer exists. It was destroyed by the owner of the land because he was sick and tired of people coming and trying to break it open to find their mythical treasure.
But nothing can alter the landscape or the scene depicted by Poussin. Clearly this painting was important in the trail of clues which was now being uncovered. Did the Shepherds of Arcadia itself contain clues? Why had Béranger Saunière bought a copy of the painting from the Louvre? Could this canvas reveal the secret of Saunière's wealth? Did it indeed hold the key? Although Rennes-le-Château, Blanchefort, Cardoux, and the rock of Johnstone are clearly represented in the painting, the skyline descends in the centre, whereas in reality it climbs higher. Lincoln wondered if Poussin had originally painted the rising hillside and then later decided to change it. The question was easily resolved by having the Louvre Museum provide an X-ray of the painting. Disappointingly, the radiogram didn't reveal a painted-over hillside. But in studying the painting, Lincoln was becoming attuned to its details, and he noticed an anomaly. In the X-ray, the underpainting beneath this shepherd's wreath is visible, and here it can be seen that the line of the tomb is painted on top of the staff. In other words, the shepherd's staff had been painted before the tomb. Lincoln thought it odd that a foreground item should be painted before its background. What was important about the staff that it should be placed first? Having had his attention drawn to the staff, he was curious to see what else could be said about it. Well, it's divided by the shepherd's arm. But more than that, it is precisely divided in two by the shepherd's arm. These two distances are exactly equal. And this is the same distance as this, and this, and this, and this. This seemed a significant discovery. The repetition of a fixed measure throughout the canvas suggested an underlying structure, where a seemingly relaxed and fluid depiction of a natural scene was in fact being dictated by rigid rules. Expert help was needed, and this was sought from Professor Christopher Cornford of the Royal College of Art, who'd made a particular study of the geometrical composition of paintings. He'd already analysed another work of Poussin's in this way, and he agreed to do the same with the Shepherds of Arcadia. The outcome of this study was startling. Startling to Cornford, because in this painting, Poussin had structured the image not only using a technique which, as expected, conformed to the presiding Renaissance philosophy, but he'd also simultaneously employed an archaic Masonic geometric system which had been known to the ancient Egyptians. This technique should not have been present in a 17th century painting, and yet here it was, a masterpiece based on an ancient and mystical form, the pentacle.
Now, to say that Professor Cornford was surprised is a little bit of an understatement. What my reaction to it was, because suddenly again this five-pointed star image had raised itself. I'd found it in the parchment, and now here it was in the painting, and it didn't seem to have any significance whatsoever. It was a long time later, when researching other aspects of the story and asking other simple questions, why was the church dedicated to Mary Magdalene, that we discovered that Mary Magdalene was regarded as the medium of a secret revelation. And she had been given as her symbol in the heavens the planet Venus. And now, curiously, we come back again to geometry, because each planet, as it revolves in the heavens, creates alignments. There's only one planet which creates a regular figure in the heavens, and that planet is Venus, the Magdalene, and the design which she draws in the heavens is again the five-pointed star. Why? There was the crucial question. Why was the five-pointed star appearing again and again in this story? What possible significance could it have?
Professor Cornford knew that Lincoln was seeking the answer to a puzzle and was aware of some of the background to the story. In concluding his report on the painting, he made the following unexpected suggestion. Would it be worthwhile testing the map for the presence of pentagonal angles and vectors?
Look for geometry in the landscape. It wasn't very easy to know what exactly one should be looking for. Looking for a pentagon in the landscape didn't seem to be a very simple thing to do, but it occurred to me that a pentacle was made up of 5 overlapping triangles, and I wondered if a triangle, which after all has only 3 points, might be easier to find than 5 points. And what 3 points could there be associated with the story? And that's when I realized there were in fact 3 castles associated with the story. There was the castle at Rennes-le-Château, there was the Templar castle at Baigent, and there was also the castle built by Bertrand de Blanchefort, who was 4th Grand Master of the Knights Templar. So I looked at the 3 castles on the map, and each one was on a natural mountain peak. There they were, clearly marked on the map. And when I drew the triangle and measured the angles, I found that in fact I was looking at what one could call a pentagonal triangle. It was exactly that triangle with angles of 36 degrees and 72 degrees that made up a pentagon. The obvious next step was to look for the other 2 points of the pentagon, and then to find that they were already marked on the map, not with castles, this time with spot heights, marked on the map. What I had was 5 natural mountain peaks in perfect pentagonal geometry. Now that was extraordinary.
The parchments, the painting of the tomb near Rennes-le-Château, the occult relationship of the Magdalene to the planet Venus, and now a perfect pentacle described by the landscape itself.
The next thought, the significance of that geometric shape. After all, it doesn't matter if we, with our 21st century skepticism, adopt the attitude, well, so what, it's just coincidence, what does it matter? If this was noticed in the past, and remember, we must look at this story in the way that our ancestors looked at it and not the way that we look at it. For them, that would have been a staggering, God-given geometry.
In the third of the BBC films made 4 years later, Lincoln was able to explore that idea. The Shadow of the Templars, the last of Lincoln's BBC films, was broadcast in 1979.
And David Wood, one of the viewers of that programme, who was a skilled and trained cartographer, was intrigued by the idea, and he, knowing about cartography, looked at it and in his own way then found additional geometry.
As already mentioned, one of the main source documents that supposedly helped to establish the credentials of the Priory of Zion was the Dossier Secret, an assortment of papers deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale during the late 1950s. Many other obscure pamphlets and papers relating to the Rennes-le-Château story were deposited around the same time, and among these was a small booklet called Le Serpent Rouge. Following a line of clues he'd detected in the text of this work, David Wood examined the sunrise line as seen from Rennes-le-Château on the 22nd of July, feast day of Mary Magdalene. It was said that on that day the sun is seen to rise directly over Blanchefort. When he drew this line on the map, Wood found that it passed precisely through the church in the village of Arques. A line in Le Serpent Rouge reads, "On his white rock, looking beyond the black rock towards the south." Blanchefort means white fort, and on the same mountain, towards the south, is Rocanegre, black rock. Extending a line from Blanchefort to Rocanegre, Wood found it struck the church at Rennes-les-Bains precisely. What's more, this line sits at an exact 90 degrees to the sunrise line. Another line in the Serpent Rouge reads, "Find the line of the meridian in going from east to west." The Paris meridian, which was only replaced by the Greenwich meridian in 1884, passes Wood's sunrise line between Blanchefort and Arques. The angle between these two lines is 72 degrees, the base angle of a pentagram. Again, following clues in the booklet, Wood measured the distance between Arques and Rennes-le-Château and divided it into 6. The second division from Arques along the sunrise line fell exactly on the Paris meridian, and he saw that the distance from Rocanegre to Rennes-les-Bains was identical to one of these divisions. The Poussin tomb is here. Knowing the importance in the story of the tomb, Wood looked for a possible connection with the structure that was emerging. He drew a line from the tomb through the intersection of the meridian and the sunrise line and discovered that it too hit Rennes-les-Bains church. Wood's next move may have been a lucky guess, but seeing that the church at Rennes-les-Bains was significant to the design, he sought a reiteration of the distance to Rocanegre along this latest line and marked it off. His trained eye then spotted something extraordinary. To confirm what he seemed to be seeing, he traced a circle round this point using the distance to Rennes-le-Château as the radius measure. This circumference exactly marks off the castle of Custosa, Serre Castle, the point of intersection of the Paris meridian and the sunrise line, Les Johnstone, the prominent outcrop that can be seen in Poussin's painting, the church at Bougarache, and the church of Saint-Just-le-Bézou. But Wood was on the hunt for a pentacle. Marking off the essential 36-degree angles within the circle produced this, an astounding discovery. For David Wood, this was the start of a line of inquiry that would eventually result in the publication of his own book, Genesis, in 1985.
From my point of view, when David Wood contacted me and told me that he had this additional level of geometry, was the first indication that I had had that there was anything beyond the 5 mountains. And I realized that his discovery left to one side that original discovery, my pentacle of mountains, which had led him to it. I realized I had to put the two together, and as soon as I put the two together, I realized that they were interlocked and that the whole thing was much bigger than he had expected.
In fact, the whole phenomenon was much bigger than even Lincoln expected. For Rennes-le-Château wasn't the only place to be revealing its geometric secrets. 1,000 miles away, on the tiny Danish island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea, a journalist and filmmaker named Erling Horgensen had become intrigued by the unusual round churches which are found there.
Well, you see, I am born at Bornholm, and I had spent some time in Copenhagen studying at the university. I've always been interested in the connection between science and religion. There used to be a connection. There isn't that very much anymore. And coming back to Bornholm made me interested in the medieval churches in this island. And I thought, since there are 4 round churches on this little, actually squared island, it might not be totally stupid to think that there could be an overall plan placing these 4 round churches. Since they are so geometrical in their shapes, they have square towers and everything, so there is a lot of also symbolic things connected to the architectural geometry in these churches.
Østerlars, Olske, Nuke, and Nulas. 4 completely unique round churches amongst the 15 churches that serve the community of Bornholm.
So I thought there might be the possibility that there were an overall idea in placing them. And I looked at that, and at the first glance there isn't anything, not at all. Then I discovered that, well, when you have 4 churches, you don't have that very many lines to draw between them, so there are a limited number of lines that you can look into. And the interesting part of that was that 2 of these lines formed a very accurate 30-degree angle.
The 30-degree angle is part of the formation of a regular 6-sided star. Could this small hint be indicating the presence of hexagonal geometry? The controlling feature of sacred geometry is the circle. If a circle could be found, then maybe that could be the key to revealing any underlying pattern. The largest of the round churches is Østerlars. Using this as a centre, Haagensen tentatively marked out a circle on the map using the distance from Østerlars to Nulas as the radius. This immediately produced a fascinating result. Exactly on the same circumference is the church of Rutsker. Well, this could of course be a coincidence, but then there is a particular aspect of Erling Haagensen's investigations that significantly reduced that chance. It just so happens that the official Danish Institute for Map Production have used the spires of the 15 churches on Bornholm as trig points. This means that the exact coordinates of the churches had already been meticulously calculated. The relative positions of the churches had been pinpointed to the millimetre. Already, Haagensen was able to say that not only did a circle drawn on a map hit on these 2 points, but that the distance from Østerlars to Nulas was 14,335.585 metres, and the distance from Østerlars to Rutsker was 14,335.71 metres. That's a difference of no more than 12 centimetres, or just under 4 3/4 inches, over a distance of about 9 miles.
And then when I have established how that geometrical relation was, then I discovered that there was also another one connected to that geometry, and then there was another one, and then there was another one, and it's like grabbing a carpet and you draw in one corner and everything sort of follows.
Meanwhile, Henry Lincoln was also discovering that there was more to the geometry of Rennes-le-Château than he'd thought. Seeing that his original pentacle of mountains and David Wood's pentacle of churches were not unconnected patterns, but were in fact exquisitely locked together, Lincoln began to look further. An amazing picture began to take shape. Extensions to and validations of the original pentacle abounded. Castles, churches and other landmarks lined up in abundance to confirm the existence of a deliberately structured landscape hidden in the Aude Valley. Could it be coincidence?
Yes, that is absolutely true. The sort of people who approach it in this way seem to think that I don't realise that. Of course, you can develop geometric designs if you just join points. There is a distinct difference with the geometry which we have at Rennes-le-Château.
The distance from one point of the Pentacle of Mountains to the opposite intersection is 2 miles, 1,618 yards. The distance from Rennes-le-Château Church to Rennes-le Church is 2 miles, 1,618 yards. From Rennes-le-Château Church to the Church of Compagnie-sur-Aude is the same, as is the distance from the churches of Antignac and Roquetaillard, Creux and Bourriège. It is the radius of David Wood's circle of churches. In fact, it's the distance between all these significant points in the area. But earlier, David Wood had found another measure which governed his pentacle of churches. The measure that the sunrise line divided 6 times into, that was half the distance from Arques to the intersection of the Paris Meridian line, that was the same distance from Roccanegra to the church at Rennes-le-Bain, that defined the position of the centre of his circle of churches, was a precise and known measure.
David Wood was the first to stumble on it, and I don't know that he saw any significance in it. He certainly doesn't seem to have talked about any significance in the fact that the unit of measure was the English mile.
Amazingly, the English statute mile is present everywhere within the geometry of Rennes-le-Château. All these distances between significant points are exact numbers of miles and half divisions of a mile.
I don't sit down and set out to look for something. I look to see what is there, and I keep an open mind. An open mind is a precious gift, and it's something that I do try to adhere to.
A pentacle of mountains, sacred landscape geometry, and now fixed measures, the church circle and the mile. Extraordinary discoveries which Lincoln published in his book The Holy Place in 1991. Coincidence had built upon coincidence until another explanation besides chance must be sought. But what explanation is there? One inescapable suggestion is that some people in the distant past may have had a far deeper knowledge and a far higher level of surveying skill than we in our modern age are prepared to give them credit for. But why express that knowledge in this way? What could be the possible purpose of creating such an enormous work that is on the one hand magnificent in its achievement, and on the other invisible to all but those who know where and how to look? The context of the discovery doesn't help in the search to find an answer. A story in a cheap paperback, a priest who becomes mysteriously rich, parchments of uncertain provenance, a secret society of dubious origin, a 17th century painting. Nothing in the trail that led to the discovery helps to explain or validate the discovery. There is, however, one presence always in the background of this story which cannot be ignored. An historically real and ancient organization that at one time had money, power, influence, and, it said, sacred knowledge. "1,000 miles away on Bornholm, Erling Haagensen was detecting their presence too. Historically, round churches have always been associated with the Knights Templar. And in the 12th century, at the time they were built, Denmark's links with the order were surprisingly strong. The Danish Archbishop of Lund between 1137 and 1177 was Eskil.
He was a good friend of Bernhard of Clairvaux, who was the protector for the Templars. And the grand chapter of the Templars were in Clairvaux at the time where Eskil were down there for 7 years. He was actually down there in many occasions. And he spent 7 years down there at the time where we can see from historical records that they actually made plans for the Crusades in Baltic. And Templars, of course, and Crusades, they are closely connected. In particular, when we talk about supply for a fleet, which was this crusade had to do with conquering the Baltic countries there, the Estland, Letland and Lithuania. And Denmark was in charge of that, or became in charge of that after this meeting in Clairvaux together with Eskil and the Pope Alexander III. So we can see there is a very, very close connection to that area, which actually is the heart of the Templars at the time. Yeah, well, when I first had the thought that there could be a Templar link between Bornholm and this knowledge, I thought about that if the Templar were involved and had done these churches and had then connected that with geometry, it was not unlikely that they could have done something like that somewhere else. And then I remembered the television program that Henry made and thought that there might be a good possibility that they have done it down there in the area of Rennes-le-Château. And I thought I would contact Henry Lincoln and tell him that. So I contacted him, I called his agent, and eventually the agent had talked to Henry, and we talked then over the phone. And I said to him, I think if you look down there at the churches, you might find that they are connected in a geometrical pattern. And there was a pause, and then he said, did you read my book? And I said, yes, because at that time I had with great interest read the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and I thought that was what he meant. But then it turned out he didn't mean that one. He meant another one that he has just recently published, a book that was at that week going to be published in France, called The Holy Place.
It was the Knights Templar that seemed to tie together the geometry of Rennes-le-Château and the geometry of Bornholm. The two lines of research were drawn into one when Lincoln and Haagensen began to work together. Their collaboration produced a series for television in 1992, which was broadcast as The Secret of the Templars, and in 2000 their book, The Templars' Secret Island, was published. The authors explored the idea that the Knights Templar had been protecting a secret knowledge obtained in the Holy Land, and that for some reason in the 12th century they sought to express or preserve that knowledge in the landscape of Bornholm and Rennes-le-Château. Lincoln and Haagensen were also able to demonstrate the exquisite detail of the geometry on Bornholm and show not only the incredible accuracy of the positioning of the churches, but also that the geometry itself is both elegant and purposeful. Incredibly, the Bornholm geometry contains solutions to ancient mathematical problems. An amazingly accurate method for calculation of circumference without using pi, the trisection of the angle, a mathematical problem that's exercised the greatest of minds for centuries, solved with incredible accuracy on the island of Bornholm. And again, there's that anachronistic presence of a fixed measure, the mile, a standard that wasn't supposed to have been established until 1593. Does the geometry of Bornholm and Rennes-le-Château have something to teach us about our units of measure? We know that in the 18th century, the metre was defined scientifically as being 1/10,000,000th of a quadrant of the Earth's circumference, the distance from the pole to the equator. It follows, therefore, that the polar circumference of the Earth should be 40 million metres. In fact, a small error was made at the time of calculation, and the actual circumference turns out to be 7,467 metres longer. What's astonishing is that there is a far more accurate relationship between the measurement of the circumference of the Earth and the mile than there is between that measurement and the modern metre. Along with the familiar yard and foot measures, there's another, often forgotten unit, the pole. 320 poles make 1 mile. 1 pole equals 198 inches. Take a closer look at these measures and you find a fascinating correlation. The diameter of a circle which has a circumference of 1 pole is exactly 63 inches. If you multiply this distance by 25 million, you reach a far closer approximation to the circumference of the Earth, 40,003,905 metres. Moreover, the easy division of 5 into this number suggests a measurement made in antiquity based on a pentagonal division of the Earth's circumference. It would take several programs to analyse the fine relationship between ancient and modern measure. However, investigating the measurement of the Earth provides conclusive evidence that the geometry on Bornholm was deliberately constructed. Although the positioning of these churches appears to be incredibly accurate, in some instances there is slight variation from theoretical perfection. Some of these anomalies have straightforward explanations. For instance, the church of Vester-Marie stands 21 metres northwest of its predicted position in the geometry. But this church was rebuilt in the 1880s, and it can be seen from the architect's drawings that the altar of the old church was in exactly the right place to conform to the pattern. The Bornholm geometry contains a great 5-pointed star. Curiously, the eastern tip of this star doesn't fall on the church of Bodilsker, as it should in theory, but on the adjoining tower, precisely on this enigmatic and otherwise inexplicable stone on the southeastern face. The placement of the church at Olsker was a more puzzling inaccuracy. Olsker is not in the right place. Olsker is 223 feet and 11 inches from its theoretical position. The breakthrough here came when Haagensen began to look at the relationship of the Bornholm placements to the Earth's axis. The geometry not only has its own internal logic, but also the whole structure aligns perfectly with the 4 cardinal points. When the position of Olsker is calculated using the geometry of a curved surface, i.e. the surface of the Earth, as opposed to a flat map surface, it was found that the proper geometric position for Olsker is only 11 feet 9 inches from its actual centre. The whole of the Bornholm geometry is demonstrating not only the incredible skill of its constructors, but is evidence that they had an advanced and sophisticated knowledge of the curvature of the Earth and the means to measure it and place buildings upon it with incredible precision.
And then, of course, you could wonder if it was at all possible at those times to make anything like that, anything that accurate. And the answer is that it very well might have been, because we can see that exactly down in that area of Clairvaux and contemporary with Bernard of Clairvaux, There is a mathematician who gives lecture to his students, and his notes have survived, and we can see how he explains how one do this kind of measurement. It's very fascinating to see that our forefathers had capabilities that we maybe normally don't think they had. I mean, when you talk to people in general, they will tend to say that in the medieval time, people believed the earth was flat. Now, if you read these lectures that Hugo of Saint Victor was giving, you can see that they have a much more advanced knowledge. He described the sphere of the earth very clearly to his pupils, and also describes how it's possible to measure it and all that. And from that he takes actually basic in a measurement done that much longer back from his time that he is from our time. So you can see that this knowledge goes far back in time.
The geometry alone indicates the sophistication of the 12th century architects, but the churches hint at even more concealed purpose and design. The conical roofs are a relatively recent addition. Originally, the 4 round churches would have looked like this, with tiered ramparts. The generally accepted interpretation of their design is that they are defensive structures. But if the churches did have a defensive function, then their positions in the landscape were poorly chosen. These openings, sometimes described as arrow slits, are impractical. They'd be useless for that purpose in the event of an attack. So what could their true purpose be? Well, it can be shown that the slits and holes in the inner and outer rotundas of Erstelas at least are designed to observe the rising and setting of the sun at the summer and winter solstices. All the round churches have this inner and outer rotunda, and alignment of 2 gaps in the wall at this distance apart provides a very accurate way of defining particular points on the horizon. The evidence suggests that the churches of Bornholm could be a network of calendrical observatories joined together by a precise geometry that is in turn locked into the curvature and division of the surface of the earth. However overwhelming the evidence may be, it's still tempting to put it all down to chance.
There have of course been that argument that all this is due to coincidence. That's an argument that comes up when they realize that it is there. All this accuracy is there. Everything is there. They can't deny that. So the next thing is, but they weren't able to do that. They couldn't do that. So therefore, it has to be coincidence. This is the main argument. This is the way around they talk. And that is the same thing then you could say about the pyramids, because they couldn't do that. So therefore, it's due to coincidence. The pyramid is due to pure coincidence. It's a pure coincidence that they could orientate it to north within 3 seconds of a degree, and all that we can see that they actually did. Coincidence. Of course, it can't be.
Too many apparently intelligent people have been distracted from this material because certain people who should be more careful about what they say have implied that this is pure fantasy and coincidence. If it were, I wouldn't still be wasting my time with it.
So I think eventually people will have to realize, and in particular the academic circles will have to realize that here is something that they have to consider, and that is there, and that it is not coincidence, and then they will have to come up with an explanation.
This is why it's particularly frustrating to find that there are people who still wish to rush around saying, oh, it's all fantasy, it's just pure imagination, it isn't there at all. What they're doing is wasting time. They're denying solid and demonstrable facts because those solid and demonstrable facts run counter to what such people have been taught and which they continue to teach. We're saying, no, you've got it all wrong. But this time we have proofs. So it must be looked at seriously.
This knowledge is here at the Earth at this time, and had been here actually for even thousands of years before that, and we know that. So it's just a question of finding a link between Bornholm to this knowledge.
All I've done is open the door. It's for people who have the expertise, who can understand what's here, who now have got the work to do. But the background to this story, the question of why this mystery is set, where it's set, in the little village of Rennes-le-Château in the south of France, and on the island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. These aspects of the story don't rely on hypotheses. They are pure statements of fact. What we have uncovered is a vast body of lost knowledge.
Medieval observatories and the measurement of the circumference of the Earth seem far removed from parchments, secret societies, hidden treasure, and the Holy Grail. The path of discovery has been long, and the clues have often been distracting. We've travelled quite a distance from Dan Brown's novel, a thriller that begins with the brutal murder of a man named Saunière. Did the real Béranger Saunière find a treasure? Is the Priory of Zion real? Did Mary Magdalene carry the bloodline of Christ to France 2 millennia ago? Perhaps we in turn need to murder the mystery of Béranger Saunière in order to get at the truth.
We should stop wasting time